It is the Trivedi online workshop for November the 20th. So wonderful to be with you all the week before Thanksgiving. I know what I will be giving thanks for, the same that I give thanks for every single day, every single minute, every single second of my life. My gratefulness, my gratitude, all to divine and to Gurji for the beauty of life that we all experience, and for me that I experience by having Guruji in my life. It is like he breathes life into every single cell of our bodies, really. I mean, I can say I'm going to be 51 in December, and I do feel more vitality, energy, clarity, motivation, inspiration that I did in my 20s. And I've always been somebody super driven, super hardworking, and I was a collegiate athlete, so many things in my life. But when I think back, I can remember that so many times in my life, even physically, like I would mentally just drive myself, and the physical body, I would pull it behind me because there were so many things that I wanted to do and accomplish in my life. And I have such a lightness. I was even saying to Guruji just over the last couple of weeks, it's like I feel lighter and lighter in my body. And some of you had said you experienced something similar. There's like this ease and this lightness and that divine energy just buzzing in us that it's almost like floating in a way. So if you experience that, or how you all are feeling, we're getting a little more post special prayers and we're seeing the outcomes coming. What are you feeling? What are you grateful for? What's the impact in your life? I'm going to talk to you, just one or two of you in the beginning, and then I have something special to share with you all that I want to do before we go on with the program. So if you do want to put your hand up, we'll have a hand up to share your gratitude, but tell me, how you're feeling. I know I feel so very fortunate in every moment. And if you want to say something about the last discourse that Guruji shared with us, which I think was the best to date, they're always the best. They always build on each other and they always blow me away. Even if I have some idea what he's going to talk about, when he delivers from the divine, it's always at a level that can never be expected, predicted, or thought, because divine is just delivering this pure knowledge to us, and you definitely have nowhere else to get that. So share what you think as a point of like housekeeping, just when I'm here and when I'm speaking with you or some testimonials are going on, definitely write in the chat room, because we want to hear and know your understanding. That gives Guruji lots of insight, and plus for you and your growth, it's really important. But when Guruji comes and Guruji's on the screen, unless you're having some technical difficulty that the whole group is experiencing and we're not aware of it, other than that, don't chat when in the chat room while Guruji's talking. We'll give him all of our devotion, focus, respect, and listen. We learned last week that most people are living in that reactive amygdala type state, or in the emotional brain, but so many people aren't hearing past the first sentence that he's saying because they're immediately reacting. It's something new. Well, let me check that. It's a mismatch to my database, and they don't even hear the rest of the sentence. And I have seen that play out around me quite a lot in the last week. And maybe you have seen it in yourself. Maybe you have seen it in other people in your environment. Share those stories, because what Guruji's delivering to us is so profound. This knowledge is life-changing. If you hear a sentence of it, Guruji's delivered for us before for so many hours. And to think that for so many people, just not even the whole first sentence even entered, they didn't even hear the rest of it. That's when they go back and they re-listen to the discourse, or they listen, or they think about it. They listen to the discourse 10 times every time they're hearing something new. Oftentimes that's because they never got past the first sentence because of that reaction that's occurring. So share with me, share in the chat room, and I want to chat with a couple of you. And I see the birthday girl waiting. So Bonnie Diaz, happy birthday, and welcome to the broadcast. Come on and say hello. We're so happy to see you.
Great. And I got my beautiful, I don't know if you can see them, my beautiful flowers and balloons.
Wonderful.
Beautiful.
Oh, happy birthday from all of us.
Thank you so much. And so grateful to be here. And, listening to the replays has been phenomenal for me, as everybody has gone through huge things happening in the world today. And always working off my reactive and emotional brain has been my life's journey. And always justified it with because I wanted to get the job or get the money, or I could be a con artist or manipulate whatever I needed. The biggest shift for me is not only having Guruji in my life and having all of his divine grace with me, is that the opportunity is that I am allowed to see a different viewpoint, that I can use what I'm supposed to do of the divine energies and not worry about it's not for me. And that took a long time, and huge shame with that, I have to say, huge shame, because why did it take me so long? Number one, does the shame ever go away? And not coming from a religious background, not really knowing the 10 commandments, just openly saying I've broken every commandment nonstop my whole life, and thinking that I was doing it because I was going to get a good outcome for myself. Being in New York now, it's, I don't know what people tell you or what you think you see, but a lot of violence, a lot of issues, a lot of problems. Sometimes I've had to flip into a few reactive issues to save my life, and which I've done. But the beauty of it is knowing that most of the time I'm working off an emotional brain, which is so not worth anything. And grateful that just knowing that when I watch the replay, or knowing that Guruji still allows me to be in the family, don't know why that is either, that my conscious brain, I get a glimpse and I can see what true caring and sacrifice that Guruji does, that I can't even fathom that amount. And I'm just so grateful to have that opportunity to see it and to state it, and gratitude for everything. And that's it. Gratitude for everything.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Bonnie. It's so nice to see you, especially on your birthday.
Right.
And you've come a long way. It's never too late. Guruji always says it's never too late to get it. And I think all of us think at times, my goodness, why did it take me so long to get that? I mean, really. But so grateful when you get it. And you get to see Guruji is absolutely the most caring being on this planet. Most generous, the most patient, right?
Yeah, and I had such huge issue financially, legally, and when he spoke to me personally at the fire ceremony, it just went away. I knew whatever happened was what the divine wanted, what Guruji said to do. There was no issue. And even I'm looking at it going, going to lose everything, going to lose everything, going to lose everything. It didn't matter. You know, everything was just okay. And we're still here. So with the grace of God. So.
Yes. Well, you look happy. It's your birthday. So everybody tell Bonnie happy birthday. We're so happy. What great fortune to have a webcast on your birthday.
I know. Can you believe?
Better to do than that.
I know. That is like the total confirmation, the total confirmation.
Yes.
Gratitude.
Yes.
Thank you.
So happy to see you, Bonnie. Thank you. I'm going to jump over to Dimitri really quick. Hi, Dimitri. Welcome to the broadcast. So nice to see you.
Thank you. Happy birthday, Bonnie. You know, I've been feeling like not really stressed out about making ideas or decisions. And it's going back to that freedom that Guruji was talking about, of not reacting, like being the lead, the boss, whatever you want to call it. Ego can get in the way a lot of times. You know, they disrespected me, this, that. And now I can go and understand that these people are working with their limbic or their emotional brains. And how great is it for me to have this knowledge of I can step back here for a minute, process, use my conscious brain as my consciousness grows, only through the grace of God and Guruji, to understand these idiots. Because I've been such an idiot. You know, you got to understand what it is to be an idiot to grow, as Guruji has said in the past. I'm paraphrasing. I go back and I look at where we have gone, even just in the last few weeks, from the 14 radio stations to yoga, 10 commandments, to this last, to the brain. I mean, and how it all just kind of fits together, and how it's just really affected me here, and the fire ceremonies, and my data bank, what's garbage has been in there, and with the grace of God, if that can be cleaned and stocked with divine knowledge. So I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah.
It's the freedom to be able to make a decision and sit back and not react like I would and fire people right away. And, I stop and think, okay, I trust in God. I see the future. Gurji has blessed me. Just, there's so many things I could say. I was thinking about the professor that was at Gurji's at your house a year or so ago, and he put Gurji to do the mustard seeds where mustard seeds wouldn't grow, and they grew, and this and that. And there was something with his wife, and he said, I'm not worried because Gurji blessed us. And that was 20 years ago. From 20 years, he still had that trust. I don't know, faith and belief are not as strong as trust. And just, all the things I was thinking today of, all the miracles. So I'm very grateful.
Yes, me too. Thank you, Dimitri. 100%. I mean, we have faith, but we have facts, right? That's the beauty of Gurji, is he makes our faith fact-based and really shows the outcome in the years of the dedication and determination and investment of time, energy, and money to create such a body of science to give that proof, so that people aren't called to suspend their judgment. They can see the outcome, and then you have to say, this is divine here, and look at the outcome. So it's incredible. So thank you, Dimitri. I love the gratitude. So nice to see you. All right, I think Mochabi's on the line. So we're going to jump to Mochabi, and then I'm going to talk to you about, I'm going to have Jeff Peoples and Victoria Vanis join me, but let's say hi to Mochabi first. Hi, Mochabi. So nice to see you.
Hi, Alice. It is always so wonderful to see you. I am actually just so overwhelmed now, and I really just want to thank Guruji for this opportunity. Every time I kind of miss a workshop, I feel it in my heart. My mom even knows, of late, I'll just be so down. But it is such a blessing to really, really be given an opportunity to be here, knowing that I couldn't make it myself. So I am immensely grateful. I don't know. I pray all the time that I be able to, I know I can't pay Guruji back, but the best thing I can do is to be the best human being I can possibly be in my work, in my space, with all those that I connect with. I find that I have grown, and I'm still growing. Yes. I see it even with people who connect with me, or how I impact them. And I know it is not because I'm smart. I know it's because I have the blessings of Guruji and the teachings of him. So yeah, I really just wanted to say thank you so much, Guruji and the family, for being in this space. It just means so much. So much. I mean, we have experiences in South Africa now. We're experiencing a lot of outages, electricity, everything is just kind of seems to be going down here. But every time I stay rooted in knowing that I now know the divine better, and I must trust in that, and I must just ask for what my path is, what my journey is, and how I can make a difference in our lives. Yes. So thank you, Guruji. Thank you, Alice. Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Vivi. Thank you, all of you there. But immense gratitude to Guruji.
Yes, I see your eyes are just sparkling, and I can see and feel the truth of your gratitude. And he does give us life, and none of us, no matter what we can do, can ever do anything for him. But you're right, we'll be the best that we can be, and make him proud that he gave us his grace and blessing, and that it meant something, and that we're valuing it, and we're grateful, and we're going to do the best that we can do. And I see that so much in you, and it's so beautiful to see you, and you're part of this Trivedi family. I know Gurji has so many emotions for you, all of you. So for you, Mochabi, and make sure that you're here. So thank you for coming. Enjoy today. Soak it in your soul. It's the best days that we have, and so happy to see your beautiful face. Thank you for saying hello.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mochabi. So I would like to now, it's beautiful. I love the gratitude, actually, Mochabi. So beautiful, and in truth in her gratitude, and that you can really feel it. And so give your love to Mochabi. It makes me smile from inside, because I love to see that, and the appreciation for Gurji, because he gives us life, everyone. He can do anything, and he does everything for us. And the grace of his blessing, of the time that he's given us, the knowledge that he's given us, we have everything right in front of us if we choose to just accept, listen, absorb, become the best receptors, so that we can have a much better quality of life. Like I was speaking about early on, that's quality of life. When you feel better, you have energy, you have focus, you have good sleep, then you have confidence, you have motivation, inspiration, enthusiasm to do something in life. If you're physically not feeling well, or mentally or emotionally, all of those things drag the other parts of your totality down. So to have that integrated improvement across all areas, and this incredible quality of life, then you can truly enjoy life. And I know I feel that. So if you feel that, say that in the chat room. But I want to talk about something else right now for a moment. So I have Victoria and Jeff. They're here with me, actually, and I'm going to welcome them to the call as well, because we want to talk to you about the spirulina. So welcome, Jeff and Victoria. Okay, so what we wanted to talk about is the spirulina. So do you all remember how Gurji showed us some slides, which VB could pull up again? We're about 45 days or so back. He had gone to the spirulina farm where Alan Balmer is associated, doing some CPA work and things, and he blessed the spirulina. Now, spirulina, Jeff, do you want to talk about spirulina a little bit?
Sure. I just wanted to say what a blessing just to be able to see that. That was so transformative. And Gurji, when he blessed that, it instantly changed. And
he blessed it twice, so over this period of time. So what we're going to tell you about today is what spirulina is, what it's like before, and then we've shown you some slides from the few days. We'll show those again about the after, the changes that occurred in the spirulina, and then the outcome that we have today that we are now consuming. We want to tell you about that, and even your opportunity to consume some of that if you want. And I do want to say the way that this all began was because of Alan's association and Gurji's science. We said, wonder what that would, I'm sure we could get an incredible result. Gurji gets incredible results. So Gurji went to the place, he did the blessing, he did that twice. The results, which I'll walk through in 1 second, are astounding. But one thing I want to say really up front is this was just something that we did as our own sort of experiment, although we have gotten the scientists in India involved, and we will be sending out our samples to a laboratory here in the United States to test the micronutrients, the minerals, everything in these samples, and give us the exact data. But this is a company, it's separate from us, it's separate from Gurji. We don't have any business relationship, financial relationship. In fact, anything, when you have the opportunity, which we're going to show you, where if you want to purchase some of this, you can. I'll say up front, we receive no commission, no kickback, no money, nothing. It's absolutely separate. In fact, anything that we want for ourselves, Jeff, me, Gurji, any of us to consume, It is all something that we are purchasing at the same price that you all will purchase. So there's no gift back and forth, nothing like that. Nothing. It's no financial relationship whatsoever. But since this experiment, since we did this and the results, which we knew would be so incredible, we've asked, hey, can you make it available to our people first if they want to purchase it? Because there's going to be a limited quantity. But before we go that, let's go back and look at the original Spirulina slides. And if you've ever had Spirulina before, tell us in the chat room, like, because my experience, I've had Spirulina before, and just the smell and the taste from places that I've bought it in the past, I could never take it for long because it smelled bad and it tasted bad to me. So I know it's like the most mineral rich, micronutrient rich by, substance available that you can get. It's so good for you, but I could never tolerate it for very long, because who's going to want to consume something that they kind of have like an aversion to, right? But I really did try. So if you've tried Spirulina before, you know about Spirulina, put it in the chat room. But here is where I will show this again. Okay, let me move this out of the way so we can see. Okay, so you can see we showed these slides before, but this was the day one where we were looking at the blessed and the control Spirulina that they always make there, right? And clear doesn't mean nothing there. Clear means no toxicity, right? Clear, the water is very clear. The toxins and those things you're not seeing in the water. This was day one. And then if we go on today, the next slide is day 5, because we can really see a difference here. If you see in the blast, you're seeing that really bright green versus a much more pale version on the control side, showing you that the multiplication of the bacteria, the quantity is, and the quality is much better and faster. Next slide, BB. Then we see day 6, it becomes even more apparent. And then moving on. Day 7, really dark. And I mean, dark, and we're going to see it in its harvested form, but the darker you can infer, which we will have proof of, when the scientists say, but you can infer that there's more iron, there's more minerals here, which because of the richness and the darkness. Here we can see it on day 8. And then here we see, look at the symmetry on the blessed side versus the control. Don't look at the size, look at the symmetry and the quality. Looks like a whole new species, which we know Guruji has been able to do in the past, and although in the scientific research that he's done. So this is what we showed you all last time. I think that's the last one, right, Phoebe? Yes. So fast forward to now, we're about 45 days out, and I'm going to hand it over to Jeff to talk a little bit about your experience and the before and after, and then we'll show people, and then we'll let you know how you like it. So this is just from the other day that Jeff took.
Yeah. So I've been a consumer of Spirulina for years. As a matter of fact, decades, and I can do it, but like Alice, I'd have to blend it into something, and I'm a very disciplined human being, and I will do it, but what I'm telling you is that this is a new species. This is something that, look, when I eat it plain, it's like, okay, I can eat it. My body gags a little bit on the old stuff, but when my body just has this new product, the body smiles. It's a fascinating thing. It's like, oh my goodness, the body has this intuitive knowledge, and it's like the strength and the energy. It's like, I feel like Alice. Like, I'm over 60, guys, and I'm enjoying life more than 20.
Really, look at this on the screen. Let's look at the screen. I mean, look on the right side, on blessed control side. It's like this light green color, right? And then when you see on the left side, you see the Guruji blessed. This doesn't even look like the same product. Look at the depth of the color, the deep color that it is, the darkness. And I know that we can infer from that how much more mineral rich this is. The quality is in the density. So we're going to see. We'll definitely send it to the labs here. We have our scientists looking at it, so we'll be able to see for ourselves, but just from the eye. And what about the smell and the taste?
The taste is fantastic. I mean, it's like, I really enjoy eating this. It's just, I can take scoops of it, and one is something that if you blend it, it's, you can do it. It's like, you take your vitamins, you take your medicine,
right.
but you don't love the taste of vitamins.
Right.
It's like you'll do it, but this is something that you really enjoy. Now I wake up and it's like, oh, when do I get this? It's like something that I'm going to consume, and it is, I don't know where the limits are, because it's just a fantastic, enjoyable, that my body really actually enjoys. It's just, and the taste, it's good. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to wait any longer.
You're going to have some. You're going to hold it up and show them. But
it comes in these vials or these little
packets.
little packets.
About a little over an ounce, like 1.3 ounces. That it's like could be a serving. You do it once or twice a day. But one thing I want to say about it is when Victoria came the other day, she brought some that was just like fresh in a dish, and it's a very dark green.
Yes.
Unlike anything I've seen. And Guruji said, here, see it, have a spoonful of it. And I know Guruji's blessed it, so I know it's going to be good. But like when you think of spirulina, you think, it's going to be very hard for me to eat a pea size of this, not of like a tablespoon, right? Just take a tablespoon. But I went over, and when you look at it, it looks beautiful. It looks inviting. It looks like it draws you in, right? It's like something you want to eat. There's something about that. But then all the sensors, right? Yes. All the sensors picking that up. But there was absolutely no smell in that. None. And then I took an entire tablespoon and put it in my mouth and ate it. And it really had no taste. I'm going to say it almost had a slight sweetness to me, that divine energy, kind of like a slight sweetness, but it had nothing to do with any spirulina.
Nothing about
taste,
ocean,
texture, ocean, smell.
Smelly fish.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, it could be ice cream. You could eat that every day.
Yes.
The frozen one could be ice cream.
I think of it like cream cheese. It's like, it's like, oh, let's enjoy this. It's really, really, really good.
And that color is not a color you find in nature very often. The richness and the deepness of that color is so expressive of the energy that it's holding. And you cannot find that color in nature. It's only through Guruji's blessing that we are getting something. And I'm going to try and hold this up so people can see it. That actually is so dark, so rich, so deep marine blue, green, that you can't get it in nature. So this color alone excites my brain and makes me know that this is something other than anything you could ever get. And I did have the product before and I couldn't drink it. I had to mix grapefruit juice in it. Otherwise, I couldn't take it. I couldn't swallow it. And I've already tasted this, this product, and I just drink it straight up.
I'm just looking in the chat room. I see Marcus saying that he's taken tablets and capsules and it tastes horrible. So not this spirulina.
Yeah, this is a new thing. You can't. I don't even know if we should call it spirulina anymore.
It's a new species.
It's something new. I think that we're going to have to find out what the scientists categorize it as, but it is something. And the beauty is that to see it, like the growth and the difference, it's so blatantly obvious to the eye. And by the way, if you want to do exactly what we're doing here, you can buy the non-blast up on the site. And you can buy this.
Well, let's show everybody. So you all, this was like an area where Guruji did this blessing, and then they have started to harvest this now, which is what we're showing you. There's limited quantity and limited production, right? Which Jeff has been doing an amazing job on behalf of everyone, kind of coordinating that for us. And we're going to show you the website where, if you want to purchase. I just want to say before you do, okay, we're going to we're putting on here, this is directly the website of this place. For us, they have put on the website that this is the Guruji Blessed, and there is a code that you're going to put in so that you get the correct price. And again, this happened really quickly. We said, if it's available, don't sell it to other people. Let our people have the first option to buy this. So there's a discount code, which is on your screen, which is Guruji 112021 for November 2021, Guruji 11 2021 that you'll want to enter at the checkout to receive $50 off of your order. You just want to order one box at a time in order to get that $50 applied to each box. If you order more than one box, you're just going to get $50 off, and you want to get $50 off each box. The way that it's coming to you is in approximately a 3-month supply. I mean, if you take it twice a day, then
I do 2 a day. Yeah, it's 96
less.
tablets. It's 96 1.3 ounce servings.
Right. So it's these tubes that we showed you on the screen. Each tube is about 1.3. That's a serving, but you could have more than one day. It depends on you. But you're going to get a box with 96 of those tubes, and they're going to go in the freezer, right? And you'll take them out when you want them. These 96 tubes, it totals to about 8 pounds in the box. So his list price for this is $275.99. And there's a $50 discount when you use Gurji's code. So you'll receive the 8 pounds. Again, order one box at a time in order to apply that discount. But here's the thing, and here's the name, the address. You're buying it directly from them. Again, I'm going to say it has nothing to do with us. We really can't help in the order or anything like that. There's no financial connection between us. There's no, we have to purchase it ourselves if we want it. We requested that situation. Everything should be fair to everyone. So there's no commission, no kickback, nothing. We're completely separate entities. We just wanted them to make what Gurji blessed available to you all, because we know you know the value. So the website is there. It's KYANOS farms, FARMS.com/shop. We can also stick this in the chat room, VB, for people that can't see it. But here's the thing, you all, they ship once a week. And this is a, right now, as we're starting out, there's limited quantities. So there's 10 boxes available for this week. And then they'll have another 20 plus boxes the following week. You might have to wait a couple of weeks before you get delivery. So it's kind of like first come, first serve. Whoever signs up first will start getting their deliveries first. You might have to be a little bit patient as they harvest and pack this over the next couple of weeks, but there are 10 boxes to go right now. But I would get on the list because this is incredible. This is like,
Yes.
Yeah, once you start, I was swimming out in the ocean this morning, and the waves were like 15 feet. I'm telling you, this was amazing. But you have this energy, this thing, you know, you've got Gurji with you, and we have Gurji with you from the blessings. But it's just this extra physical connection. Yeah. And it's like, I feel like my body's getting an upgrade. It's like, you know, look, we're all about the spiritual side of things, but having a body upgrade is not too bad, you know?
Well, I mean, really, like, I want to consume everything Gurji. So everything Gurji through. So when you go, this is the landing page of Kayanis Farms. And you're going to, when you scroll down, you'll see on the left where Vivi's got the cursor here. This is the Spirulina blessed by Gurji. There is the other regular Spirulina. You want the blessed by Gurji.
We should tell people that this is only available in the United States. Canada in the future, but not quite yet. And then the rest of the world, we have to work things out. But
yeah, it's so new. And if we continue on, we'll definitely work something out. But for this, first round, it is USA only. So that's a great point, Jeff. You have to be in the US in order to receive this. So you're going to go on the left side where BB is and make sure you pick, and this is the other reason for the code, so that they make sure that you are part of, because only this group, only our group is going to have this code. So you're going to see blessed by Gurji, quantity of 96. That's 96 in one box. So that quantity 96 is one. So we're going to click add to cart. Here's where you click on, okay, go ahead, BB. So Spirulina blessed by Gurji, if you scroll. So we've got, view cart. He's put one in his cart. So go ahead and click there. My Siri's trying to talk. And then you apply the coupon.
Yeah, so there's this coupon code field on the left of the apply coupon. And then the coupon is not case sensitive, but I'm just putting it in all capitals. And once it's applied, you can see the $50 off. And it's $226.
$25.99 for one box of 96 1.3 ounce servings. And then you would proceed to your checkout. And here you will enter all of your billing details, your email address, your payment information. And again, you must be in the United States.
And they ship this first round Monday and an overnight FedEx.
The first round is going to ship out this Monday, so 2 days from now. All the shipping, because this is frozen, and we're going to show you again in just a moment, the shipping is overnight FedEx because it is frozen. So you'll want to make sure that you have an address where you're going to be there and you can get it. It's not coming like a supplement in a bottle that's dry. It's coming in frozen packets, FedEx overnight.
So be home ready to receive it.
Yeah,
You don't want it to waste.
Right, and you want to put it in the freezer right away.
You want to,
Yes.
as soon as you get it, pop it in the freezer. And make sure you use a discount code. And again, if you can buy more than one, but you won't get the discount unless you buy them individually.
Right, you buy one, then you can come back and buy another.
And come back and buy another. And you might get, if you're fortunate, you'll be in the 10 that are shipping out on Monday. Otherwise, the following week, or we'll go from there. We don't have a number on the quantity yet. So get your name in line, because it is going to be a limited quantity, and we'll find out more over the next few days with them. Does anybody have any questions? You can pop up your hand, or you can raise a question in the chat room. I see some messages. And Jeff, you can show that now. Now we're visible, so you can see us.
So you're going to be getting 4 of these plastic bags, and each bag has got 24 individual 1.3 ounces, and it'll have a batch number on it. And those are all going to be in one big container. So, you just take them out, put the individuals in your freezer right away. And
then you do
and
this.
and you enjoy it every day.
Then you put it in your blend it up really quick if you want to make it a little quicker, let it sit in the refrigerator.
I mean, spirulina really is the most nutrient dense.
Yes.
So many minerals, so many things
It's
that
the
you
near
need.
perfect food.
It really is
The
a near
near
perfect
perfect
food.
Some people just live on it.
It's incredible. And and I know I've heard that through the years. I've really tried, but I'm not as disciplined in that way as you are, Jeff, because you have to, at a certain point, you can't be revolted against the thing that you're trying to consume that's good for you. And so the fact that Gurji, and we know that his results in science, he's changing the species, he's anything he does, right? But to apply the blessing, to do the blessing with spirulina, it really makes something incredible for us. On what is better than this? And any kind of other supplement or anything is incredible. I mean, you really feel it. And just looking at it, for me, I was drawn to it.
Yes.
Like you just want to consume it. And the fact that there is no smell, no bad smell, no taste. I mean, for me, it was slightly sweet. I really felt a slight sweetness, but it's incredible. It's really incredible.
It's gonna make me so emotional because there's nothing on this planet.
We got a couple questions here. So sorry for all of you international people. And Jerry is saying, do you just drink it straight? So Jerry, we are drinking it straight here. We have it in the glass. Victoria has it. I would never recommend that for regular spirulina, right? No. But with this, you can drink it straight. But if you want, you can throw it in a smoothie. People do all kinds of things with it.
Blend grapefruit juices with it, any kind of juice, flavored juice, coconut water.
You can drink this. It is so. I am telling you, I have never in my life could have imagined.
So a lot of people like it with coconut water, or
it really needs nothing. It tastes like water, but you can put it in anything you want. Yeah. But people do that to mask the
reality
taste.
Is
I just like a frozen,
like a frozen popsicle.
Yeah, what do you popsicle? I just eat like a popsicle. Oh my gosh! I get my popsicle in the morning.
You really could. I prefer it in a glass, but yes.
It's like a spirulina popsicle.
Yeah, it is.
It's amazing. So again, this is a separate company entity from us. We have zero relationship, zero. Gurji always asked, like Victoria said, he wants the best for everyone. So he blessed this because these people are experts. They know what it looks like. They know what they get. They have their own tests. They know their own yields. They know everything. And then to see the outcome of the blessed is truly miraculous for them to see. They're the best. They're the best
Yes.
to see.
It really is.
But as this crop is coming, that's so incredible, like unlike anything else, unlike any other spirulina, you know, Guruji's always thinking of everyone else first. And he said, if you know, instead of selling this in your regular distribution to everybody else who's buying spirulina, let our people have the first opportunity. So even us ourselves, as Guruji always insists, if Guruji wants, we're purchasing it ourselves as well. We don't want anything, you know, any gift or anything free. We want to, Guruji's showing the miracle, but he wants you all to be the one to have the opportunity to purchase it. Guruji can do any miracle, and he has shown that, any miracle. And this spirulina is, it's a miracle, and everything that he does. So we should always have that reverence, that respect, that devotion, that he even spends the time that he does with us. If it's 1 minute, you know, even Vicky Kendi, who is so beautiful and so such a high quality spirit, you know, she's always so grateful when she has the opportunity to be in Guruji's presence, but she never forgets to say to me always, of course I want to see Guruji and hear Guruji, but if I never saw him again, I would still be happy because I know that he's in the world, and that's what matters. And she means that because she feels he has such big and great things to do that it's not for him to spend all of his time. I love that about Vicky. And we have these, all of us have these times and these memories and these moments. So many of you have gone to meet him. You've seen him on the screen. These are so precious. And the people and the time is going to come where people are going to wish that they had that moment, and it won't be there. It won't happen because he's not going to be available. Look what he can do for this planet, for this world, for this life, for the quality of life of humans that is not possible by any other means, in any other way, in any other place on this planet. And this is divine's greatest creation. The gift that Guruji has been given, this divine gift, it's beyond anything. And we happen to know about it right now. The world will know, we happen to know. So I always like to remind everybody of that, to sit in just that pure gratitude, like this is happening. He's demonstrating this. Yes. One miracle should be enough for you to just like collapse in a you know, it's just, we're so fortunate. So just remember that. Much gratitude to Jeff and Victoria for coming on and speaking and really showing the live demo. It's like, you can hear the excitement in my voice because it's just so incredible. But every day with Guruji is incredible. I mean, it's the life. I can't imagine any other way to be. So beautiful. And we are happy to have all here. And I want to let you all know that Darren is joining us now, and beautiful, lovely Darren, who has some incredible knowledge to share with you all, and give your gratitude to Darren in the chat room as well. Her discourses are powerful and so useful and incredible for everyone's lives. And so we're so very fortunate to have her and to have her come and give her time. So welcome, Darren, to the broadcast. Everybody's waiting to see you and hear from you.
Me too. I'm very happy to have her back. It must be a very powerful workshop coming.
It is. They get more and more powerful every time, don't they?
I know. Not only the spirulina, but
yeah, so everybody's incredibly excited and happy that in Guruji's graciousness, he requested that they get first option for this blessed spirulina that's coming, and we got to show it on the screen. It really is what you've seen, Darren. It's like, it doesn't look like anything like any spirulina you've ever seen, and it's incredible. Like, I still have a little bit of mine here in my glass, but this is my second glass. It's incredible. I mean, it's so good, which I'm not good about that. If it doesn't look good or taste good, I can't have it. And this draws me in, and it's so good. It's so good. So it's beautiful, and everybody's happy, and we're ready for you, Darren.
I actually grew up taking spirulina supplements. My mom would always give us spirulina growing up. And if there's anything I remember, just having it in like a tablet form, and like, you know, with the, especially with like the gel capsule around it, even then it was the most pungent and disgusting thing I've ever tasted before in my mouth. And I'm telling you, I've had the raw form of gurgis by the spoonful. And not only did it not smell, the texture, the taste, everything. It was almost like eating candy. And it's unbelievable. The color, the feel of it, it's unlike anything I've tasted before in regards to spirulina. It's something completely different. So 100%, you have to try it.
Yes.
Well, I figured since we're coming upon Thanksgiving, now when we're about to join our friends or our families, get together, celebrate our gratitude and giving thanks, I figure now more than any time is a good time to talk about, go ahead, Phoebe, show the first slide. Fear. Now, the funny thing about this is the last workshop, Guruji and I didn't talk to each other at all about what we were going to talk about for the workshop, what our discourses were. And Guruji ended up talking about the limbic system, the reptilian and mammalian, and then the prefrontal cortex, the new cortex. And then I had a topic that I had planned to talk about that ended up correlating so perfectly with his, and it was on fear. And we ended up having the similar concepts about the amygdala, the limbic system, how it impacts the thinking conscious mind. So this is actually my discourse from the last workshop, but I figured now is also a good time to go on and delve into the topic of fear. Now that we're fresh out of Halloween. So let's start off with, what is fear? Fear occurs when something, real or imagined, challenges our physical or mental status quo, meaning the existing state of affairs within our own mind. It is a perceived threat to one's integrity or existence. Fear causes the amygdala to trigger a hormonal response, which releases adrenaline and dopamine. Dopamine is known as the body's reward system, which is why some people enjoy the rush fear gives them. Adrenaline and dopamine are utilized by the body so that we can overcome a situation that asks for a flight or fight response. Otherwise, if we were completely operating only with fear, we would be completely incapacitated by that fear and would not be able to take action or make any necessary steps to change the situation. Now, when we're discussing fear, this is something that is a threat, right? That challenges whatever our physical or mental status is currently at. And if we go to the definition of mind, I'll show you exactly what we feel is being challenged. So here, the definition of mind, which Guruji has created for us. And as he has said, we should all keep this definition. If you can screenshot it, write it down, whatever you need to do. This is one of a kind, and you won't find this anywhere else. Here it says, our level of consciousness decides the types of thoughts to be harnessed. People with higher consciousness always harness constructive, useful, and realistic thoughts. On the contrary, people with lower consciousness always harness destructive, useless, and delusional thoughts. The thoughts harnessed by our brain integrate with our existing beliefs, love, emotions, memories, character, gratitude, ideas, imagination, feelings, trust, fear, perception, hope, mercy, experiences, intelligence, intellect, wealth in the data bank, our internal and external environment, and finally the level of consciousness to create a mental state which is called the mind. The healthy and happy status of mind is called mindfulness. Now we'll go to the components of the mind. So this is what composes our mind. It is our level of consciousness, our emotions, feelings, experiences, and maturity, our fears, our angers, our jealousy, our shame, our guilt, our anxiety, and our trauma. It is our thoughts, whether they're realistic or delusional thoughts. This includes all of our memories, stored, our ideas, our imagination. It includes our current beliefs, our perception, the entirety of our data banks, our intelligence and intellect. This is where our hope, motivation, inspiration, enthusiasm, and ambition reside. This is where love, compassion, empathy, sympathy, sacrifice, caring, and kindness come from. Both our social and our external environment not only exist outside of the mind, but within our own mind. How we perceive, how we interact, what we draw to us. It is our good characters as well as our bad characters. It is trust, mercy, and gratitude. That is the mind. So you can imagine that the composition, more or less, of all these different things, whether they exist within us or not, but in reality, everything exists within us. It just depends at what level we are receptive to that, what level we are harnessing that. All of these exist within us. All the pleasure and pain in the world is a construct of our mind. As well as our fear. Now, I don't know if you've ever watched scary movies purely because of the joy of it. But it's a real phenomenon that people actually experience a level of pleasure from fear. A level of pleasure from the threat and stress response. And that is because of the release of dopamine into our system. Now, dopamine is something that is produced by the brain. And its initial purpose is to help us fight off our fears. But dopamine in and of itself acts as a reward system, and it can actually feel very good when you get that release of dopamine. So this further, you can say, perpetuates our fear cycle, making it stronger and harder to let go of. Now here we see dopamine, and we've discussed this before, but we know it's a type of neurotransmitter. Your body makes it and your nervous system uses it to send messages between nerve cells. That's why it's sometimes called a chemical messenger. Dopamine plays a role in how we feel pleasure. It's a big part of our unique human ability to think and to plan. It helps us strive, focus, and find things interesting. That's key right there. It affects many parts of your behavior and physical functions, such as sleep, attention, learning, movement, motivation, lactation, decision-making, digestion, the stress response, pain processing, memory and focus, executive functioning, heart and kidney function, controlled nausea and vomiting, blood vessel function and blood flow, pleasure and reward-seeking behavior, and pancreatic function and insulin regulation. Now, what happens when our dopamine levels are not at that very precise balance? When they're either too more or too less? So here it says, it's hard to pinpoint a single cause of most mental health disorders and challenges, but they're often linked to too much or too little dopamine in different parts of the brain. Examples include schizophrenia. Decades ago, researchers believed that symptoms stemmed from a hyperactive dopamine system. Now we know that some are due to too much of this chemical in certain parts of the brain. This includes hallucinations and delusions. A lack of it in other parts can cause different signs, such as lack of motivation and desire. ADHD. No one knows for sure what causes attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD. But some research shows that it may be due to a shortage of dopamine. Drug misuse and addiction. Drugs such as cocaine can cause a big, fast increase of dopamine in your brain. That satisfies your natural reward system in a big way. But repeated drug use also raises the threshold for this kind of pleasure. This means you need to take more to get the same high. Meanwhile, drugs make your body less able to produce dopamine naturally. This leads to emotional lows when you're sober. Keep in mind that dopamine isn't acting alone. It works with other neurotransmitters and hormones, such as serotonin and adrenaline. The right amount of dopamine usually goes along with a pretty good mood. It's ideal for learning, planning, and productivity. Dopamine contributes to feelings of alertness, focus, motivation, and happiness. A flood of dopamine can produce temporary feelings of euphoria. Too high dopamine, meaning in excess, it can be a contributing factor in mania, hallucinations, delusions, and addiction. Low dopamine is one reason you may not be in the best mood. You might have reduced alertness, difficulty concentrating, less motivation and enthusiasm, poor coordination, and movement difficulties. Too low dopamine leads to depression, symptoms including sadness, sleep problems, and cognitive changes. So, dopamine is known as the feel-good hormone. And it's known as this because it's a hormone and neurotransmitter that's an important part of your brain's reward system. Dopamine is involved in neurological and physiological functioning associated with pleasurable sensations, along with learning, memory, motor system function, and more. Dopamine is made in the brain and is released when your brain is expecting a reward. When you come to associate a certain activity with pleasure, mere anticipation may be enough to raise dopamine levels, like sex, shopping, or chocolate chip cookies. For example, the thought of eating a chocolate chip cookie and the smell of them baking is enough to start producing dopamine. The moment you eat them, the flood of dopamine acts to reinforce this craving and focus on satisfying it in the future. It's a cycle of motivation, reward, and reinforcement. Now, if you have been longing for these cookies for a long time, knowing that they're waiting for you when you get home, and then suddenly you realize that your family or roommate has eaten all the cookies, Then your disappointment of not getting a chocolate chip cookie might lower your dopamine levels and dampen your mood. It might also intensify your desire for double chocolate chip cookies. Now you want them even more. This is all very important. I'll get to the discussion in a moment, but I want you to understand the relationship between fear and dopamine, because they're very much interrelated. Next slide. Drugs and dopamine. Certain drugs interact with dopamine in a way that becomes habit forming. Nicotine, alcohol, or other drugs with addictive qualities activate the dopamine cycle. These substances can cause a quicker, far more intense dopamine rush than you get from chocolate chip cookies. It's such a powerful rush that you're left wanting more, and soon. I think very soon all of us are going to be thinking about chocolate chip cookies too. As a habit forms, the brain responds by toning down the dopamine because the body tries to establish balance. You can't have too high dopamine for too long of a period of time. The body adjusts. So now, as a result of the body adjusting and toning down that dopamine, once you have that habit of getting that rush, it's that reward system, that reinforcement for that kind of behavior, that kind of activity, because of the feeling it gives you. So now you need even more of that particular substance to get the same level of pleasure as before. Overactivation also affects dopamine receptors in a way that makes you lose interest in other things. That can make you act more compulsively. You're less and less able to resist using these substances. When it becomes more of a need than a want, this is addiction. If you try to stop, you might go through physical and emotional symptoms of withdrawal. Even if you've stopped using the substance for a long time, exposure to the substance is enough to trigger your desire and put you at risk of relapsing. Now, fear and why people like to be afraid. As we know, fear is the perception of a mental threat that triggers what's known as the fight or flight response in our brain. The fear response is activated by the brain, and it is a primitive response that can be traced back to our ancestors and how they adapted to the world around them. When they encountered a potential threat, their fight or flight response was activated, and they chose to either remove themselves from the situation or fight back against the threat. More commonly, we deal with mental threats that trigger this response. Our brain is triggering a response due to an action or event that is affecting the status quo of our brain's normal mental state. The fight or flight response is engaged by your amygdala, the part of your brain that helps in how you handle emotions. The amygdala also helps your brain process fear, but it responds to mental and physical threats in the same way. So what's happening when your amygdala kicks in your fight or flight response? Due to the potential threat, your brain releases a chemical known as glutamate, and this chemical affects other regions of the brain. The first area is the midbrain, and the chemical's effect on this area can lead to an involuntary jump or a frozen moment of panic, like suddenly encountering a snake or finding an oncoming vehicle hurtling towards you, resulting in a compulsive action. So this is a scenario in which you need a quick, fast response from a subliminal message you receive into your subconscious mind. It is not a conscious decision that you think through. That conscious thought pattern is ruled and regulated by the conscious mind. The decision to process this information, before you even have the time to process it on a conscious level, you've already received the sensory input that there is a threat, and you make a subliminal decision to either freeze in a state of panic, like for example, if you're in front of an audience and you're about to start public speaking and you freeze, you forget everything. It's subliminal. It's not a conscious choice on your part to freeze. It's something that you almost have no control over, so long as that fear is there. Either that, or it causes an involuntary movement, a quick action needed to remove yourself from that threat. So imagine what would happen if this threat was not a physical stimulus, if this threat was a mental threat, if it was on a mental or an emotional level. What would the response of the mind be to remove itself from that state of being threatened, or to freeze and to shut down? Now, the second area that is affected by that chemical called glutamate is the hypothalamus, which is an area of your brain that produces hormones. The hypothalamus triggers our nervous system into go mode, and either we fight or flee. Our heart rate increases, and adrenaline and dopamine course throughout our body as we make the decision to run for our lives or fight with everything we've got. Nobody likes to be put in a life-threatening situation, but some people do like the rush they get when they can get their brains to activate the release of adrenaline and dopamine in certain situations. The stress response. If you see, you can see the relationship between the fear response and the stress response. The National Institute of Mental Health defines stress as simply the brain's response to any demand. Given that definition, not all stress is bad. It is simply a response. How harmful it is ultimately depends upon its intensity, duration, and treatment. Stress can be a good thing, helping our bodies and brains stay sharp and alert, ready to act to any surprises life throws in our way. But chronic stress can wreak havoc, triggering a host of maladies, including heart disease, high blood pressure, depression, and anxiety. The response to short-term stress is critical for survival, and the stress response is interrelated with the fear response. It powers the fight or flight response that allows animals to respond quickly to danger signs. When we're startled or acutely stressed, fear center of the brain, called the amygdala, activates our central stress response system, known as the hypothalamic pituitary adrenocortical HPA axis, because it is comprised of the hypothalamus, the pituitary gland, and the adrenal cortex. This stress response system regulates hormones, particularly the stress hormone cortisol. By rapidly increasing glucose levels, speeding the heart rate, and increasing blood flow to the muscles in our arms and legs, this stress response allows us to respond to a threat. After the danger has passed, the system works to return hormone levels to normal. Now, chronic stress. Now, if there's anything we know, it's that the brain, in that quick stress or fear response, it is initially perceived by the amygdala, which makes a subliminal decision. And the amygdala isn't able to accurately understand whether a cue is a real threat or just a perceived threat. It doesn't know the difference. It doesn't have that processing capacity. It's purely designed for a quick, fast action response. So here, your nervous system isn't good at distinguishing between emotional and physical threats. When in a state of emotional or mental stress, your body can react just as strongly as if you're facing a true life or death situation. And the more your emergency stress system is activated, the easier it becomes to trigger, making it harder to shut off. When stress becomes chronic, this system is amped up all the time. The same hormones that are so important for the fight or flight response can lead to digestive issues, trouble sleeping, and a weakened immune system, making a person more susceptible to viruses like the flu and chronic health problems. Because stress changes the way the brain's neurons communicate with each other, chronic stress can cause our brains, nervous systems, and our behavior to adjust to a vigilant and reactive state. This is said by Bruce McEwen, a neuroscientist from Rockefeller University. That constant vigilance can lead to devastating mental and physical health conditions for the person experiencing it. Chronic stress disrupts nearly every system in your body. It can suppress your immune system, upset your digestion and reproductive systems, increase the risk of heart attack and stroke, and speed up the aging process. It can even rewire the brain, leaving you more vulnerable to anxiety, depression, and other mental health problems. So, while stress is not necessarily problematic, the buildup of cortisol in the brain can have long-term effects. When chronic stress is experienced, the body makes more cortisol than it has a chance to release. This is when cortisol and stress can lead to trouble. High levels of cortisol can wear down the brain's ability to function properly. According to several studies, chronic stress impairs brain function in multiple ways. It can disrupt synapse regulation, resulting in the loss of sociability and the avoidance of interactions with others. Stress can kill brain cells and even reduce the size of the brain. Chronic stress has a shrinking effect on the prefrontal cortex, the conscious brain, the area of the brain responsible for memory and learning. Experts found that chronically stressed mice possessed elevated levels of a molecule called interleukin-1 beta, or IL-1. In the astrocytes of the hippocampus, a brain area critical to learning and memory, IL-1 is known as a cytokine, a class of molecules regulating the brain's response to illness. When blocked, the receptor for IL-1 was blocked and the mice were exposed to chronic stress. They did not develop characteristic fear and anxiety. The reason this is important, I've discussed before about what the immune system is. The immune system is that high state of alertness in the body. It's the body's reaction to usually a pathogen of some sort or some kind of tissue damage within the body. It's the body's response to fight off disease and infection. So the significance of finding these immune markers in the very brain, the part of the brain that perceives the stress response, that perceives that fear and anxiety, shows that it is the very body's or the mind's way of attempting to dispose, to kick out, to remove, to protect itself from whatever that perceived threat is. It actually engages an immune response within the body, preparing it in advance for either a real pathogen or a pathogen that only exists within our thoughts. While stress can shrink the prefrontal cortex, it can increase the size of the amygdala, which can make the brain more receptive to stress. Cortisol is believed to create a domino effect that hardwires pathways between the hippocampus and amygdala in a way that might create a vicious cycle by creating a brain that becomes predisposed to be in a constant state of fight or flight. This is written by Christopher Berglund in Psychology Today. And here we can connect it all with plasticity or neuroplasticity, which we know is reference to the ways that neural pathways are able to reform in the brain. It's true that these pathways, like the one between the hippocampus and the amygdala, can get severely damaged due to constant exposure to stress. But such changes are not necessarily permanent. And while stress can negatively affect the brain and body can recover. Stress acclimatization. The most dangerous thing about stress is how easily it can creep up on you. You get used to it. It starts to feel familiar, even normal. You don't notice how much it's affecting you, even as it takes a heavy toll. Both positive and negative life events, circumstances, thoughts, perceptions, and emotions put stress on the body so long as it puts a high demand on you. I'm going to pause the slides here for now because I want to explain this a little bit for all of you. Now, as Guruji talked about in the previous workshop, we have 3 different parts of the brain. We have the reptilian brain, right? The very basic part of the brain that's responsible for vital body functions. So this part of the brain is responsible for like breathing, heart rate, those very, very basic functions just for us to live. And out of all the functions of the body, this part of the brain will always take precedence over everything else because the body will always prioritize its own survival. When that is at threat, everything else is second priority. This doesn't just mean the organ functions or the organ systems or the physiology of the body. This means your life is put on hold when this part of your brain is at the forefront. There's no emotion. There's no cognitive thought or deep self-reflection or creativity. It's purely all about survival. The beauty about this topic today is I'm going to be able to integrate all the different topics that I've addressed in previous workshops, and they're all going to come together right here. If you remember Maslow's hierarchy, right, it's that pyramid that shows the necessary requirements for us to eventually reach that final top of the pyramid, which is that state of self-actualization, or we could say self-realization, where the growth of the self, the real self, starts at the very top of the pyramid. Before you even get to that point, if the other needs have not been met, and they are still a significant requirement in your life, it is impossible for you to be able to reach to that point of self-actualization. And if you look at the pyramid, it addresses the most basic primary requirements just to survive: food, shelter, water. It's all about survival on those first few levels. That is the most primitive and evolutionary from a point of view. It's the very first part of the brain that is developed. And next we get to the mammalian brain, or we could say the emotional brain. Now, this is where the amygdala takes residence. You have the amygdala, the hippocampus, the thalamus, and the hypothalamus. This is that quick subliminal message. It's the part of the brain that's not very good at thinking and processing. It's not good at self-reflection. It's not aware of what's right or wrong. It's only aware of the feeling of being wronged, for example. And it can get the cues wrong. So this part, this amygdala, or this whole limbic system, you can say, receives sensory inputs. And if you look at where sensory inputs come from, they don't just come from our five senses: our hearing, our sight, our smell, our taste, our feeling. The entire nervous system extends throughout the entire body. We are one integrated system. We are not separate components. The mind is not a separate system from the body. Everything is connected. We could even say that the body is a further extension of the mind. Because this extensive nervous system comes all the way from the brain and reaches down. We have, I believe it was 10 or 12 major cranial nerves that extend from our brain throughout the rest of the body, that communicates, sends and receives messages from everything, the organs, the organ systems, from those tactile sensors. But this part of the brain, the limbic system, takes second priority over those vital functions from the reptilian part of the brain. But in order to address that threat, it can't have that conscious thinking part of the brain get in the way. Because the conscious thinking brain takes a lot longer to receive those sensory inputs, to process them, and to make a decision. Even though it is far more effective at understanding and perceiving everything that's going on, the contextual clues, knowing if there's a real problem or if it's simply just a reaction you're having. Right, that part of the brain is very good at understanding the situation, but it's not the first responder most of the time. Because you need subliminal quick action when you perceive a threat. It's like if you have an oncoming vehicle coming towards you, before you have the time to process, is he going to stop in time? Is he going to move out of the way? What's going to happen? Your first instinct is for you to remove yourself from that situation. Or in a worst case scenario, freeze on the spot. but you need a quick response. So as a result, this limbic system will stop the functioning of the conscious mind to give itself priority, because it thinks that whatever situation is happening, this is more about your vital survival than it is about self-reflection or thinking things through or the use of creativity or judgment. And what happens after the fact, and you see this happen with a lot of people. Right? We discussed how neural pathways are formed. And there are neural pathways that connect the reptilian with the mammalian brain, and they sync up really well together. Because if you think about it, both of them are utilized for your vital functions, for your survival. And in order to take that quick action, right, when the amygdala perceives a threat, the most essential parts of the body are what's given priority in order to fight, right? The heart rate, your blood flow, that rush of adrenaline, that dopamine that's sent out through the rest of your body, right? That gives you the strength. That gives you that focused attention, right? You're not thinking or, reflecting on the situation. Your mind is singled out on one thing and one thing only in that moment. Because you're not using that thinking part of your brain. You're just focused on the problem in that immediate moment. And when that problem is present, that compulsive churning of those thoughts, of that problem, of that stressor, will continuously reinforce that response from the amygdala if it has not been addressed. And as we just addressed in those slides, when that response is triggered more often, right, the brain almost develops this neural pathway. And what a neural pathway does, so the neurons are those messenger cells. They send those synapses to spread a message from one neuron to another. And in order to make things quicker, because initially that's a longer process and it takes more time and more energy, and the brain itself is an inherently lazy organ in the body. So it wants everything that will preserve its energy and be as efficient as possible. So if this is a regular response or a regular part of your life, right, the stress or fear response itself becomes a habit. Your brain decides that this is something that it needs to start preserving energy in order to regulate within the mind, because it's such an important thing that's happening. And it needs a lot of attention and a lot of energy to process it and to get through it. And so the brain will try and find a quick path to preserve as much energy as possible. And so it'll create that neural pathway so that those different parts of the brain are synced up, and that response is even quicker and faster, more refined, and more embedded into your consciousness on a much deeper level. So much so that it's far more instinctual than it is on your will or desire to do so. And what happens with a lot of people is the pathway from the limbic system to the prefrontal cortex or the neocortex is a strong pathway. So you understand, you know that you're feeling an emotional response. You're not ignorant or unaware of that. You understand that on an intellectual level, right? You can perceive that within your conscious mind, that you're going through an emotional or stressful moment in your life. Unless that part of your brain is damaged. Now, the pathway that is a lot weaker is that connection from that prefrontal cortex back to the limbic system, back to the amygdala. And it's fascinating because you see this as something real that happens with people, is they will have a quick reactionary emotional response to something. Most of the time, it's not a real threat. It's just a perceived emotional threat. So they'll have that quick reaction. Or they get offended very easily. Something about them will feel invalidated about some type of action. Maybe somebody who humiliated them or insulted them or had no regard for their feelings, or, you know, whatever the range of responses or reactions could be. But then that quick subliminal emotional response will go straight to the conscious mind. But what the conscious mind does is, because that neural pathway back to that emotional response is not as strong, what ends up happening is that emotional part of the brain actually, as a result, controls that rational part of the brain. Instead of there being an even exchange between the two, some kind of balance or understanding, instead, those emotions take control over that prefrontal cortex. So that we start to rationalize our emotions, not self-reflect upon them. Self-reflection is that part of you that is open-minded, that reflects, that looks at yourself as a person, engages in your characters, takes that evaluation of a situation and decides whether this is something that is a correct response on your part, or if it is simply misunderstood. It's that ability of the mind to look at things in a new way and assume that maybe things aren't always as they seem, or whatever the limbic system tells us it is. Right? It's that ability to pause before taking action. And that pause, that's the grace of God. That's the stillness and the peace. The moment you take an action, you always have to reap whatever you sow. That pause, that moment in between, before you engage or fulfill that reaction, that is freedom. Right then and there. You have the freedom of choice. When you have that awareness in that moment, and that can only happen when both of those neural pathways are well established. There's a part of the brain called the reticular cortex. Which engages a system called the reticular activating system. So this is the reticular formation, sleep and consciousness. So the reticular formation has projections to the thalamus and cerebral cortex that allow it to exert some control over which sensory signals reach the cerebrum and come to our conscious attention. It plays a central role in states of consciousness like alertness and sleep. Each person has within his or her brain a special organ called the reticular cortex. This small finger-like part of the brain functions in a way similar to a telephone switchboard in a large office building. Your reticular cortex contains your reticular activating system. In addition to goal setting and motivation, the RAS has a very important role. It's the gatekeeper of information that is let into the conscious mind. This little bit of brain matter is responsible for filtering the massive amounts of information your sensory organs are constantly throwing at it and selecting the ones that are most important for your conscious mind to pay attention to. Your RAS decides what is important and what can be safely ignored. This doesn't just happen with sounds. Our skin is roughly 20 square feet that abounds with around 1 million nerve cells detecting pressure, pain, temperature, and location. And a human eye captures more than 300 megapixels of visual information every second. Despite all of this sensory information, it's estimated that the conscious mind can only handle slightly more than 100 pieces of information every second. That's a tremendous amount of paring down that needs to happen between your senses and your conscious mind. Your RAS is the way evolution has decided to handle this excessive information problem. It is uniquely suited to distinguish between relevant and irrelevant pieces of information. What we are interested in at the moment, as well as our deeper belief systems, have a lot of control over what information is let through. Imagine you've misplaced your keys. While you search, your mind is looking for a familiar grouping of shape and color. Unbeknownst to you, your roommate has moved the peanut butter from the kitchen and stashed it in the shoe closet. As you search, even if you see the peanut butter, you won't necessarily notice it's been moved until later, when you specifically want to make a sandwich. Until then, that information was not as important as searching for your keys. So this is the answer to why some people are able to have that high alertness with some things and other people have that low level of attention or that low level of alertness. They're not able to pick up on the same cues that others are able to pick on. Or they receive one set of information and the other person receives something completely different from that person. Right? You can be sitting down in the exact same room listening to the exact same discourse, and two people will get completely different messages from that same set of words said in that same exact way. Because whatever you find important, whatever you hold value to, whatever you are prioritizing in your life and within your conscious mind, your subconscious, unbeknownst to you, will remove anything that doesn't belong. Anything that either doesn't fit into that set of priorities, that set of values, or if something stands out enough as a sensory stimuli, like someone is threatening your very existence. And I'm not talking about a physical existence. I might be talking about a mental or an emotional existence, an emotional sense of validation. When somebody threatens that, when somebody threatens your beliefs, It's the same reason why some person can say one thing and offend somebody and not offend somebody else. Because that specific set of words, that triggered a response. That abrasive reaction within that emotional part of their mind that stores their memories, their experiences, their deep-rooted subliminal beliefs. And because it's not an activation within that conscious mind or that prefrontal cortex, it's hard for us to even understand why we're feeling the way we're feeling. We just know that we're feeling this way. And then some of us will take on a certain role if we're triggered enough and we have consistent experiences of being triggered or being emotionally reactive in our life. Right? It's something called main character syndrome. That is far more prevalent now that social media exists. Where you are this main character in this story that you've created in your mind. A certain way that you want to present yourself out to the world, regardless of what actually exists in that data bank. There's a certain way that you want to present yourself to the world in this story, in this life that you've created around this identity or this depiction that you want to identify with. You want to feel like there's justice and that you are the morally righteous one, or you are the one that understands or is the one that perceives that which is virtuous. It's much harder for us to take a look at any of the darkness that exists within us. So it's far easier for us to try and validate our reactivity. And a common part of that is being placed as the victim. We will put ourselves as the victim of our own lives, the victim of circumstance, the victim of others. And this is something I've said for many years now. And I will say it again because the context is right. I have always said that when you have a reaction, that reaction is the ego. Anything that causes a reaction within you. Because what is your ego? Your ego is your identity, your place. It's that collective consciousness of the world. It's your role and your place amongst society, amongst people who you think you are. It's everything that's about the self, the illusion of you. And when that feels threatened or invalidated in some way, or when that is the one that is hijacking that conscious mind, that pure, unadulterated consciousness, it forms that reaction. And you see that on a physical level in the brain and on a chemical level with the release of adrenaline and cortisol and dopamine. For many people, it feels good to be the victim. But the sense of being a victim itself comes from a place of extreme ego. And they almost sound like that's contradictory to one another. That if you perceive yourself as the one that's being attacked, or the one that's less than, or the one that's always in that place of the victim, how can that be just as egotistical as having that level of arrogance and control over people as the perpetrator, when really they're both the perpetrator? They both attract each other because they're just two sides of the exact same thing. That victim has the sense of moral rightness. They have this sense of better than thou in a way, because they are able to decide that this is wrong. It's that sense of moral superiority over another. And its world is very inclusive and only focused on the self. When you're in that traumahood of being a victim, you neglect to look at others and the life around you. Your world becomes very small. It's just as much ego in that existence as the other way around. But because of that release of dopamine, that feeling of being a victim of circumstance or a victim of life, starts to become addictive. Every time you perceive someone or a situation as a threat to you, when you see life as an attack on you, or like nobody's ever appreciated you before in your life, what does it matter if you've ever been appreciated by anyone? Is it somebody else's responsibility to appreciate you? Is it their job? Should you care or love for another because they appreciate you? That's not love, that's conditional. That is circumstantial, that is ego. That is that limbic reaction. But when that limbic system is in charge of our lives, our life is always about us. Because you're still in survival mode. You haven't gotten past that yet. You haven't gotten to that level of self-actualization, the top of that hierarchy of needs, where growth starts. But something else that I want to be very clear with all of you is I feel that when somebody hears or listens to how the limbic system causes that reactionary egoic response and hijacks that prefrontal cortex, that conscious mind, that awareness, that alertness, that creativity, that intellect, that ability to make decisions, to imagine, to have ambition, motivation, and vision for the future. They start to think that that conscious mind should have priority, and that it's important to reject the limbic system altogether. But what is the rational or logic mind? What is the thinking mind without feeling to it? Without any regard for others? That conscious mind not only perceives logic and rational thought, but there's a part of the conscious mind that perceives emotional intelligence, emotional thought. There is a part of the conscious mind that is responsible for our empathy and our compassion, because it has a strong neural pathway with that limbic system. So you can imagine that without feeling, the disservice we can do not only to ourselves, but to the world we live in and those around us. How dark that could be, or how much we can damage others or hurt others without any compassion or empathy for them. And there was a study where they found that the moment you have conscious reflection upon your emotions, when you bring your awareness and look at the emotions that exist within you, look at the darkness, look at the light, look at all of it. Instead of hiding from it, look at it, address it face on. That actually not only dampens that reactive response by the amygdala, but it actually, over time, with that constant self-reflection, with that high level of awareness and alertness, it actually starts to establish that neural pathway from the conscious mind to the limbic mind, making you a more balanced individual, capable of feeling and knowledge. Which in reality, again, are two sides of the same coin. Because you can feel truth just as much as you know it. There was a study where the amygdala is really good at recognizing gestures and faces, because it's that evolutionary response. It's that adaptation that before we were able to recognize spoken language or establish language, we were able to identify, we're very visual creatures, so we're able to identify emotions with gestures and facial reactions. Slight movements of muscles, a slight crinkle in the eye. Without anybody saying anything, you can just say, I know what they're feeling. what scientists did is they showed these different depictions, right, based upon this primitive evolutionary response that we've adapted to quickly recognize with the amygdala. The amygdala is engaged when it sees these quick responses, these gestures, these facial expressions. And so they found that showing these facial expressions like anger or hate or fear or sadness, but let's say anger, for example, the amygdala is fired up immediately because it recognizes anger, threat, possible attack, who knows. But what they were able to do is when they take these people, and in the midst of that amygdala response, that limbic system activation, the moment they say that they need to pair this with a word, identify it. So they would look at the face that demonstrates and shows anger and pair it with the word anger. And the moment that the conscious mind was involved in that processing and that level of reflection, of understanding the emotion, of looking at it instead of just hiding from it or validating it, just looking at it and knowing that is anger. It immediately caused a calming effect upon the limbic system. That awareness, that recognition, that instead of fearing, looking at it. Coming to an understanding about it instead of just riding along with the emotional waves. You see the same phenomenon happen when, for example, you have somebody like maybe a doctor, for example, who's watching some scary movie, and all the doctor can know or recognize is the fact that there are a lot of inaccuracies in regards to the human body, in regards to what would happen in that scenario. Knowledge, understanding, once we've adapted knowledge into our data banks, into our conscious experience, it influences our subconscious response too. That doctor who's watching that scary movie and sees all these inaccuracies and can't get out of their doctor uniform and only sees everything in terms of that's not going to happen, that's impractical, will not have the same fear response as somebody who doesn't have that knowledge or that expertise, who doesn't understand or doesn't know whether it's realistic or not, whether it makes sense. We are not at the hands of our emotions, whatever exists in our data bank, all those components of the mind, whatever our beliefs, whatever knowledge that composes our consciousness decides that emotional response. It decides what sensory cues, where our awareness and our alertness goes to. When the amygdala recognizes that something doesn't match with whatever exists in our current databanks, it perceives it as a threat. Whether it's an actual threat or not, it doesn't match. It doesn't create harmony within the current state of affairs within the mind. It's perceived as something that will create disbalance. Because the mind is such an integrated system, it's that whole connectome. One neuron, you have billions upon billions of neurons in your brain. And one neuron, if you can imagine, is connected to all these other neurons. Just one neuron. Scientists say the brain doesn't think in 2D or 3D. The brain thinks with an 11th dimension, on 11 dimensions. The complexity, it's the most complex system that exists, man-made or nature-made. When these pathways, when this way of thinking or doing things or perceiving things in a certain way, when even one fraction of it is put under attack or its existence is threatened, it's like you have all these different hooks on all these different identities, on these different connections in the mind, on what reality is, on what life is about, on what you are, what other people are to you, what God is, what nature is, what everything exists within our mind. So the moment that one of those hooks starts to get undone, or its strength, its pervasiveness is threatened, it's not just a threat to that one hook, it's a threat to the entire system. Because when one part of the tapestry unravels, everything else unravels with it. That thread that comes out at the very end of the tapestry is so integrated and threaded with all those other threads all the way from the very beginning. The moment you recognize that that thread is out of place or there's something off about it, no matter how well placed the other threads in the tapestry are, everything has to be undone. And that's the greatest threat to us as a species, because for us, if you look at how everything is created for your survival, starting all the way from the reptilian to the mammalian to the prefrontal cortex, everything is created for you to not only live, but survive and thrive. And everything is built upon each other in such a complex way that even a conscious change or a thought from the conscious mind can wreak havoc throughout the whole system, throughout your whole body, throughout the entirety of the world around you, because it's like you are dying. Your whole existence is suddenly like walking on eggshells. So when we feel that threat, you can look at it as something that not just threatens our physical existence, but the existence within our mind, whatever our mind composes, who we are, our identity, what we perceive, think, and feel, what we value in life. The feeling of losing our identity is perhaps one of the greatest fears of all. And if you look at the top 10 fears, according to psychologists, here I have the top 10 fears according to psychologists. The number one is change. The greatest fear in our life is the fear of change. That's the most prevalent. Second, loneliness. Because when everything is threatened, when everything that we have composed our lives to be is in the state of disbalance, there's a very prevalent feeling of being alone. Because you have nothing to rely on. Everything falls away, your identity, your existence, how you relate to other people. Remember, your social and external environment also exists within that mind of yours. So there's this all-encompassing feeling of being utterly alone. I mean, you came to this planet alone and you're going to leave this planet alone. But so long as we exist, we try and find things that define our existence. Try and find some sense of stability in life, where things don't change, where we don't feel alone, where we don't feel failure and rejection, number 2, number 3, and number 4. Number 5, uncertainty. What's more uncertain than when you're not sure of anything? Uncertainty of life, uncertain of what's real, uncertain of the future. Number 6, something bad happening. That's the amygdala reaction, isn't it? The ultimate something bad is going to happen. Number 7, getting hurt. Number 8, being judged. Because that threatens your sense of self. When someone puts you under scrutiny, puts a big question mark next to your character or who you are, it's a huge threat to yourself and your identity, to your life. Especially if you still seek the validation of others. When you have not found that validation of your own existence within your own self. Number 9, inadequacy. And number 10, loss of freedom. The ironic thing about number 10 is that the fear of all of these things is the epitome of loss of freedom. Because if there is anything in the world that cuts you off from knowledge and from truth, it is fear. Fear is that instinctive reaction that inflexibility. And when you look at all these things on the list, it makes sense that these are all fears of ours, because one of the greatest fears of humankind is the fear of death, of losing your existence, which is what enlightenment really is. It's death before death. So what's more terrifying than when you realize you have no control, that everything around you is changing, that there is nothing that you do or could ever do, that you alone are not enough. The uncertainty of never knowing who or what you can rely on, what's true, what the future holds. These are the most common fears. Because there are fears that threaten our mind, who we are. Everything exists there. Every experience, every memory, every relationship. If you forgot who your friends and family were, would you have that same relationship with them? No, everything is stored within the mind. Your external relationships exist within your mind. All the pains and the pleasures that you get from the world exist within your mind, within this complex web. If you look at the most common causes of stress, you see they're correlated with the things that we fear the most. So the most common external causes of stress are major life changes, work or school, relationship difficulties, financial problems, being too busy, children and family. And common internal causes of stress include pessimism, inability to accept uncertainty, rigid thinking, lack of flexibility, negative self-talk, unrealistic expectations or perfectionism, an all or nothing attitude. We have factors that influence your stress tolerance level, your support network. A strong network of supportive friends and family members is an enormous buffer against stress. When you have people you can count on, life's pressures don't seem as overwhelming. On the flip side, the lonelier and more isolated you are, the greater your risk of succumbing to stress. So we cling to others. We cling to the pampering, to that ultimate feeling of self-actualization that we think we feel that we are getting from others, because ultimately self-actualization is this state of extreme peace and bliss, this expansive state of consciousness. And so that dopamine hit that we often get, it's like that quick fix. We become attached to these things, and it's difficult for us to change because we haven't had the experience of true pleasure or true ecstasy in life in comparison to what ecstasy and pleasure can really entail, what that really embodies, what that really looks like. Next, we have your sense of control. If you have confidence in yourself and your ability to influence events and persevere through challenges, it's easier to take stress in stride. On the other hand, if you believe that you have little control over your life, that you're at the mercy of your environment and circumstances, stress is more likely to knock you off course. The victim of circumstance, situation, environment. When things don't go the way we expect them to, and our expectations in life, what we want or expect from life, doesn't always match up with what is truth, with what is real or realistic for us. But that Guruji says, that lower consciousness, you harness those useful, destructive thoughts or even the positive delusional thoughts. Because what is a positive delusional thought but us hiding from ourselves? Your attitude and outlook. The way you look at life and its inevitable challenges makes a huge difference in your ability to handle stress. If you're generally hopeful and optimistic, you'll be less vulnerable. Stress-hardy people tend to embrace challenges, have a stronger sense of humor, believe in a higher purpose, and accept change as an inevitable part of life. Your ability to deal with your emotions. If you don't know how to calm and soothe yourself when you're feeling sad, angry, or troubled, you're more likely to become stressed and agitated. Having the ability to identify and deal appropriately with your emotions can increase your tolerance to stress and help you bounce back from adversity. Your knowledge and preparation. The more you know about a stressful situation, including how long it will last and what to expect, the easier it is to cope. For example, if you go into surgery with a realistic picture of what to expect post-op, a painful recovery will be less stressful than if you were expecting to bounce back immediately. If you look at all these different points, your support network, your sense of control, your attitude and outlook, your ability to deal with your emotions, your knowledge and preparation. All of these are the very components of your mind. You are battling your own mind. They always say, think positively, smile more, face your fears. Be open-minded. But when you lack that awareness and that attentiveness to even understand where the problem is, right? Your mind has composed this intricate pattern in the way that you live life. Your mind is the very stream bed of consciousness itself. When we look at these neural pathways, and we understand that the brain works in the most energy efficient and laziest way possible, whatever is more prevalent within our minds, whatever patterns or habits we tend to, the mind will always choose that over any other path, especially a path that has not been established yet. And when you're operating with the fear or stress response, that takes a huge amount of energy. And as we know, it's easy to gain power, but it's far more difficult to hold on to that power. So it's easier to come to a realization about something, but to implement it, to make it a part of your life and who you are. That takes a lot of energy and a lot of effort to do that. Because you already have those neural pathways that make that process of integrating everything so subliminal, because it happens so fast within milliseconds, that to be able to stop the thought in its tracks is near impossible. You have to be able to rewire the whole structure of your mind, which means that your whole existence will become restructured. Which is seen as a severe threat. This conscious mind, this ability to reflect, to integrate, to be visionary, to think creatively, to make decisions, This part of the brain requires a lot of energy to function. This is why you can be given the gift of that higher awareness, but without the implementation, you lose it. Because if there's anything we know about life is that if you're not constantly adding more energy or more effort, putting in more work, if you're not constantly moving forward, you're going backwards. Because entropy is real. Entropy is a real phenomenon. It's the second law of thermodynamics. Meaning that everything within a closed system, meaning there's not a constant supply of some sort of external energy, will tend towards disorder. That without constant work and discipline, self-effort, things tend to fall apart. Things tend towards chaos. Your mind will immediately sync up with those old neural pathways. And as you've seen, that what happens when you use certain neurons or certain brain cells and you don't use other brain cells as often, or old neural pathways become dormant. And the longer they're dormant, the more likely they are to eventually start dying off, because what does the brain want? To conserve energy. So just like the reticular activating cortex pares down all the sensory information, all the stimulus we get from our external and internal environment, so does the brain do with our neural pathways. It starts paring down the most efficient, the most utilized, and the most important pathways that are important to us, that we use the most, that we depend on, that we rely on, that we find comfort in. That our dopamine hits reinforce. And so after a while, it almost seems like it's impossible for us to change, because those neural pathways have become so dormant, it's almost like they don't even exist within us anymore. It's like we can't find them on a conscious level. And those neural pathways define us. They define the way we think and perceive, the actions we take, who and what we resonate with. Now, if we look at the ultimate operator behind this whole mechanism of the brain and body, the mind, we come to the soul. Now, the soul in and of itself, it's perfect, it's whole, it's complete. It is a complete absorption in divine. All truth, all knowledge, all joy, bliss, and peace, everything comes from that presence. Fear is the ultimate darkness. Whether you understand that concept or not, you can see how it impacts your life. You can see that if the purpose of life is to expand and to grow, to increase our energy so that we can thrive in life, that we can live and experience life and the beauty of nature to its fullest capacity, which is never ending and always growing and always expanding. Then you have to see and recognize that fear in our lives stops us in our tracks. You see its outcome. You see how it prevents you from doing the things that you know is good for you, or that you know is the right decision, or that you know will actually greatly impact your life in a very positive way. But fear is the one thing that stops you. Right in your tracks. It's the ultimate darkness. And it also exists within your own mind. So even to address fear, you have to acknowledge that darkness exists there. If you can't even acknowledge that darkness and light both exist within your own mind and your own consciousness and your own heart, then how do you know what you're up against? How can you live authentically and fully without hiding from life? The point is to venture out and expand, not retract, and become more condensed until eventually you can't even move anymore. That flight or fight response. You become frozen. All because your fear is that things will change, but your joy and happiness comes from things that change. That the nature of this world and everything in it is transient. Things come and go. Life doesn't remain. You're born, you die. Milk spoils. Houses get dirty. Money comes and money goes. The joy and happiness is where our mind is and what we identify as our source of joy. What we are absorbed in. Whatever our consciousness is absorbed into, that's what the reticular formation allows to enter into our consciousness. If you are so single-minded and focused on just one point and one thing only, and if you don't get that, you won't be happy, chances are you won't be happy. And on top of that, the reticular formation will only allow things that fit within that paradigm, that pattern, entry into your consciousness. So you won't even know of the alternate paths, of the other ways of experiencing joy and bliss and happiness in life. You don't even know it's possible. It doesn't even come into your consciousness in a moment of awareness. We always say that we know there's more to life. We know that there is joy, that there is peace, that there is bliss, but do we know what that even means? If it is not entering into our consciousness, if it doesn't already exist within our consciousness, then it won't even enter. It must exist within you. It must already be present. You must already have that character in order to harness the qualities and ecstasies that align with that character. Physicists, and the great Albert Einstein, says that everything is energy. Matter and energy are two sides of the exact same coin. Energy is existence. It is life. Whether it's slowed and condensed, operating on a slower vibration, it is matter. You can see it as matter. But they are both energy. And Einstein came up with the equation E equals mc squared. He spoke about how matter can be converted to energy and energy can be converted into matter. But we have not necessarily witnessed both sides of this equation. We have witnessed the conversion of matter into energy, like with the atomic bomb. But we have less recognition on the conversion of energy into matter, and that is the most prevalent that we see with the impact of our soul. The energy our consciousness harnesses from that presence of that soul into our lives. That trickles out into our mental, emotional, physical relationships and environment. How that touches upon everything. We assume that everything that we see in terms of matter is all that there is, with complete disregard for the things that power the existence of the material. We talk about how of higher consciousness you harness positive, useful thoughts, and of a lower conscious you harness denser, less useful, negative thoughts. Higher energy and lower energy. higher consciousness and lower consciousness. The higher consciousness is, the more energy you harness from that presence, from your soul. That presence that lights up your life. We're talking about something like in the presence of the sun versus in the presence of a candle in the middle of the night. Higher consciousness, more energy being harnessed by that higher consciousness means our world is lit up in a way that's not even perceivable in the candlelight of night. You don't even know it exists when you have that small candle in front of you. You can't see anything clearly. Limited awareness. Limited alertness. Your world is very small, surrounding just that tiny little flame of light. You're able to see maybe a foot or two in front of you, and that's it. When there's this whole world that surrounds you and extends far beyond the eyes can see. But it's light that illuminates that world for us, that makes us conscious of it and aware of it. So from somebody who's operating by the light of a candle, you can't make a judgment or be clear or even know what the right decision to make is. That is where following, surrendering is the most vital. During our last fire ceremony, I had a discussion with everybody, and I talked about how most people think happiness or joy is not having a bad day. It's when nothing bad happens that day. They think that is happiness. Or that something happens and it's exactly what they wanted to happen. And let me ask, can you be happy whether something happens the way you want it to or not? We always define love by the person or the thing that we love and the extent in which we love that person or that thing. But how many people have experienced love outside of a person or thing? Love without any dependency upon anyone, whether we're loved back or not. How many people have felt that? How many people have felt love and joy so glorious and so powerful, you've been completely incapacitated and paralyzed by that love? And many of you might not even know that that's something real that can happen. That's a possibility. Because whatever exists within this mind, that's all that exists to us. And most people, when they hear someone talking like Guruji, for example, you have to understand that all these sensory inputs, the vibration, the words he chooses, everything ultimately has to enter into our mind. And then is filtered through our different patterns, beliefs, values, until by the time that we've chewed it down enough that it fits into our definition of mind, our identity, it's not even the same truth anymore. If it even entered into our consciousness to begin with. If that reticular formation even allowed it entry. Because it takes far more energy to reestablish those neural pathways, to create a new identity and a new self, a new reality, a new way to perceive and think and experience life, than it does to carve away at something and fit it into a box and keep it there. Find a way to match it with our already existing internal environment. Or when we hear something and our amygdala gets that reactionary response, either we resist entirely and never accept that new information, it never becomes part of our own consciousness. Either that, or we get that quick emotional reaction. And when our conscious mind finally thinks and perceives the situation, it rationalizes that emotional reaction. It recreates the story around the message that was received, creating a whole new message. Trying to fit truth within our narrative of truth. Because we don't know what truth looks like or what it really is. It's like, I love this anecdote. It's like you're walking around truth in a circle. And because you can walk around it in a circle, you think it's a circle. God knows what it really is, but just because you could walk around it in a circle, you start to think that truth is a circle. Fear starts in the brain, then spreads to the rest of the body. The fear response starts in a region of the brain called the amygdala, which we've discussed. This almond-shaped set of nuclei in the temporal lobe of the brain is dedicated to detecting the emotional salience of the stimuli, how much something stands out to us. And as we know, what stands out to us is very relevant to what exists within our minds. Either it'll stand out to us because it matches with our current values and beliefs, or it'll stand out to us because it's a huge threat to our current value and beliefs. For example, the amygdala activates whenever we see a human face with an emotion. This reaction is more pronounced with anger and fear. A threat stimulus, such as the sight of a predator, triggers a fear response in the amygdala, which activates areas involved in preparation for motor functions involved in fight or flight. It also triggers release of stress hormones and the sympathetic nervous system. This leads to bodily changes that prepare us to be more efficient when in danger. Only parts of the body that are vital to survival, self-preservation or protection, and responding to a given threat are amped up, which requires a lot of energy. The rest of the brain and less vital activities, such as digestion, are given less priority, and these symptoms slow down in order to conserve energy. And this happens in the brain as well. A part of the brain called the hippocampus is closely connected with the amygdala. The hippocampus and prefrontal cortex help the brain interpret the perceived threat. They are involved in a higher level processing of context, which helps a person know whether a perceived threat is real. For instance, seeing a lion in the wild can trigger a strong fear reaction, but the response to a view of the same lion at a zoo is more of curiosity and fondness. This is because the hippocampus and frontal cortex process contextual information, and inhibitory pathways dampen the amygdala fear response and its downstream results. Basically, our thinking circuitry of brain reassures our emotional areas that we are, in fact, okay. Similar to other animals, we very often learn fear through personal experiences. Fear creates distraction, which can be a positive experience. When something scary happens, in that moment, we are on high alert and not preoccupied with other things that might be on our mind. Getting in trouble at work, worrying about a big test the next day, which brings us to the here and now, which I wrote is a way of addressing the do's and don'ts in life. It's kind of our own internal mechanism to show us the things that we need to focus on, to address, to face head on. While each of these factors, context, distraction, social learning, have potential to influence the way we experience fear, a common thing that connects all of them is our sense of control. When we are able to recognize what is and isn't a real threat, relabel and experience, and enjoy the thrill of that moment, we are ultimately at a place where we feel in control. That perception of control is vital to how we experience and respond to fear. When we overcome the initial fight or flight rush, we are often left feeling satisfied, reassured of our safety, and more confident in our ability to confront the things that initially scared us. Any imbalance between excitement caused by fear in the animal brain and the sense of control in the contextual human brain may cause too much or not enough excitement. If the individual perceives the experience as too real, an extreme fear response can overcome the sense of control over the situation. This may happen even if those who do love scary experiences. They may enjoy some scary movies, but be too terrified by others if it feels too real, and if the fear response is not modulated by the cortical brain or the conscious mind. On the other hand, if the experience is not triggering enough to the emotional brain, or if it's too unreal to the thinking cognitive brain, the experience can end up feeling boring. So, if the emotional brain is too terrified and the cognitive brain helpless, or if the emotional brain is bored and the cognitive brain is too suppressing, scary movies and experiences may not be as fun. Some of the main chemicals that contribute to the fight or flight response are also involved in other positive emotional states, such as happiness and excitement. So it makes sense that the high arousal state we experience during a scare may also be experienced in a more positive light. Studies and clinical interactions suggest that a major factor in how we experience fear has to do with the context. When our thinking brain gives feedback to our emotional brain and we perceive ourselves as being in a safe space, we can then quickly shift the way we experience that high arousal state, going from one of fear to one of enjoyment or excitement. I mean, how incredible is that? That the fear response and the response of pleasure, of joy, they're almost the same pathway. That all that matters is the context, our ability to receive and reflect, to understand. And every time we overcome a fear, not just hide it or hide behind it. But every time we're willing to change a little part of ourselves, to face uncertainty or change in life, to accept that we know little or nothing at all. Imagine being in a state of accepting that you know nothing. And in the light of that knowledge, our experience of life becomes far more vivid. Because not only what our conscious mind does, right, that cortical brain, the prefrontal cortex modulates the response of the amygdala. When it's taking action, when it's involved. When both pathways are strong, right, either we can assume that we know everything, for example, and never get pleasure out of anything because everything we fit and label and put in a box and put it on a shelf because that's the efficient way the brain works. Is that we validate it against our own beliefs, against our own context, right? We put the lion in a cage and we feel fine with that. We don't feel threatened anymore. So that in and of itself can suppress the amygdala response, but it is a state of ignorance, not bliss. or it works the other way around. Without knowledge or understanding, the amygdala hijacks our entire conscious mind. And all we can feel is fear and darkness and suppression. But at the same time, because of that fear and that stress response, that hit of dopamine gives us a false feeling of what joy is. It gives us that excitement. And so it's not as easy as just saying, I don't want to be afraid anymore. This is where I've said it actually feels like a sacrifice, because there's some level of enjoyment that we take from the experience of fear in our lives, from perceiving everything else as a threat to us. Now, in terms of pleasure, there's something called the mind-body orgasm. And it's even better than it sounds. Here it says, orgasms have been described as being elicitable from any part of the body. It leads us to think that there is a general orgasmic principle of building up excitation from different parts of the body, leading to a climax and a resolution, not necessarily ending in ejaculation, but a feeling of an orgasmic experience. Women can experience orgasms and sexual pleasure from many forms of stimuli. It does not have to be through genital stimulation. People have described orgasms through imagery, nose orgasms, knee orgasms. Women who have complete transection, interruption of the spinal cord, can experience orgasms. Certain of the brain components, the insula and cingulate cortex, that are activated during orgasms in women are classically known to be activated during response to pain. We've seen that there's a strong inhibition of the response to pain during orgasm. What that leads us to think is there is some kind of very important interaction between the orgasmic experience and the pain experience. Another brain component, the nucleus accumbens, which we see activated during orgasm in women, has been shown by others to be activated by pleasure-producing drugs. A third orgasm-activated brain component we see in women, the paraventricular nucleus of the hypothalamus, produces oxytocin, which is secreted in peak amounts during orgasm in women and stimulates uterine contractions. So if we think of an orgasm, we usually think of the reproductive organs. And it's 100% true when the orgasm happens in the mind. Because when you think about the mind and the body relationship, they are not two separate entities. Our nervous system, our central nervous system, which composes of our brain and our spinal cord and extends throughout our body, is connected with an even broader nervous system that spreads throughout the entirety of the body, into every organ, to the skin, the internal organs, the physical structure of the body, everywhere. You can say the entire body is just an extension of the mind, of our brains. neurons exist everywhere. The parts of the body that are stimulated to the point of orgasm come from the stimulation, the excitation of neurons. I'm sure everybody can relate to the pleasure that an orgasm can induce. Now, can you imagine the stimulation you feel when all of those neurons in the entirety of your mind are stimulated? The pleasure you can get from life, the joy. I'm not just talking about sex, I'm talking about the perceived pleasure you can experience just by thought, just by the mind alone. The power that exists there. The mind is potent. We see, I mean, look at the man-made structures all around us. Look at technology, look at the cell phone, the computer. Everything man-made, a mind had to come up with these things. This all came from someone's thoughts. Someone thought it and made it happen. The power of the mind is incomprehensible because ultimately it is consciousness. And the source of consciousness is God. That bright sun that allows us to experience the greatest joys and pleasures that we will ever even know, that is even beyond comprehension. When we go through a typical day, if something happens according to what we think is a good day, we think life is going really well, or we feel like we're almost in a higher state of consciousness. We feel like we're doing something right. And if something doesn't happen the way we want it to, or we kind of have a bad day or an off day, or maybe someone's upset with us, right? It really puts a damper on our moods, and we almost feel like there's less there. That there's something wrong. We've missed the mark that day. We're in a lower state. And lower or higher, God exists equally in both. Wherever you go, wherever you're present, it's not like you leave your soul behind somewhere. But what matters is your ability to harness the power, the beauty, the light of that soul through consciousness. It's not that there's less of it. It's just less we are able to harness. Whatever state of mind you're in, God exists in both. And that resource is infinite and always available and ready. But our level of consciousness is what beauty, what grace, what energy we're able to harness from the light of the soul. It's our conductivity. Higher energy states, they bring you peace, they feel good to you. God's presence is joy and peace. Love, compassion, empathy, sacrifice. The further you get from those points, the lower you are in consciousness. The more energy you can harness from the presence of the soul is the more energy that is available for the mind to work with. Right? Entropy is when energy is unavailable to do work, meaning the soul is there, but the energy is unavailable for us because we are not receptive. We have resistance. We are not conductive to that energy. We need energy in order to do work. It's like you need food and water and you need good rest for the body to have enough energy to function. There needs to be this constant external supply of energy because over time, the energy tends towards disorder or chaos. It becomes unavailable for us to work with. And so we need a constant supply of energy. And if we know anything about God, God is the supplier of all energy, of everything, the source of all. We are not limited on energy. We are limited on how much we can harness. We are limited on our closed or open system that we are working with. You need energy to create a new neural pathway and to embed it into your consciousness. You need energy to use that conscious mind, that prefrontal cortex. You need energy to change everything about yourself, who you are, your beliefs, to change how you feel, to change what you think, to change how you relate to other people. You need energy. Having an open mind. Open-mindedness is the willingness to search actively for evidence against one's favored beliefs, plans, or goals, and to weigh such evidence fairly when it is available. meaning you value truth over your own beliefs. And you're ready to surrender your beliefs, your plans, your own goals, your own motives and desires for truth, for the principles and fundamentals that align with God and with higher consciousness. And you're willing and ready to let go of anything that does not align with that truth. Being open-minded does not imply that one is indecisive, wishy-washy, or incapable of thinking for oneself. After considering various alternatives, an open-minded person can take a firm stand on a position and act accordingly. The opposite of open-mindedness is what is called the my side bias, which refers to the pervasive tendency to search for evidence and evaluate evidence in a way that favors your initial beliefs. Research suggests the following benefits of open-mindedness. Open-minded, cognitively complex individuals are less swayed by singular events and are more resistant to suggestion and manipulation. This relates to when I say you know truth. You cannot be swayed or manipulated or persuaded otherwise. Nothing can have an influence over you. Nothing can control you or change. You are free. You cannot be swayed by pampering, by outside validation, by self-validation. Because you value God and truth more than your own self. Because you know that that is the source of all happiness and all joy and all peace in life that you could ever want or need. Open-minded individuals are better able to predict how others will behave and are less prone to projection. They have emotional intelligence, as well as conscious, rational intelligence. Empathy, compassion, it helps you see and relate to others, to understand, to put yourself in their shoes, to connect with another individual. Only when you understand a person can you understand their behavior. And that doesn't come from a place of projection, from that reactionary response where you're projecting your own emotions, your own beliefs, and your own poor judgment upon another person. Because then you can never see someone clearly. You can never understand or relate to anyone. Not truthfully, not accurately. Open-minded individuals tend to score better on tests of general cognitive ability, like the SAT or an IQ test. Because they have more energy, higher consciousness, they're able to fully utilize the capacity of that cognitive part of their brain. Their awareness, their perception. And their ability to integrate everything together. Next slide. Open-mindedness as a corrective virtue. Now you'll see how this relates to the gatekeeper of the mind, the reticular formation. Social and cognitive psychologists have noted widespread errors in judgment or thinking to which we are all vulnerable. In order to be open-minded, we have to work against these basic tendencies, leading virtue ethicists to call open-mindedness a corrective virtue. In addition to the my-side bias described above, here are 3 other cognitive tendencies that work against open-minded thinking. 1, selective exposure. We maintain our beliefs by selectively exposing ourselves to information that we already know is likely to support those beliefs. Liberals tend to read liberal newspapers and conservatives tend to read conservative newspapers. 2, primary effects. The evidence that comes first matters more than evidence presented later. Trial lawyers are very aware of this phenomenon. Once jurors form a belief, that belief becomes resistant to counter evidence. And 3, we tend to be less critical of evidence that supports our beliefs than evidence that runs counter to our beliefs. If an interesting experiment that demonstrates this phenomenon, researchers presented individuals with mixed evidence on the effectiveness of capital punishment on reducing crime. Even though the evidence on both sides of the issue was perfectly balanced, individuals became stronger in their initial position for or against capital punishment. They rated evidence that supported their initial belief as more convincing, and they found flaws more easily in the evidence that countered their initial beliefs. Research suggests that people are more likely to be open-minded when they are not under pressure. Our gut reactions aren't always the most accurate. That subliminal response from the amygdala doesn't always get the cues correct. Individuals are more likely to be open-minded when they believe they are making an important decision. This is when we start making lists of pros and cons, seeking the perspective of others, etc. Some research suggests that the way in which an idea is presented can affect how open-minded someone is when considering it. For example, a typical method of assessing open-mindedness in the laboratory is to ask a participant to list arguments on both sides of a complicated issue, like the death penalty, abortion, animal testing. What typically happens is that individuals are able to list far more arguments on their favored side. However, if the researcher then encourages the participant to come up with more arguments on the opposing side, most people are able to do so without too much difficulty. It seems that individuals have these counter arguments stored in memory, but they don't draw on them when first asked. Our expectations of life, what we want, our desires. When we are more focused on self-fulfillment than on truth, it's far more difficult to become open-minded. I call open-mindedness a corrective virtue because it is more of a value to align with truth. It is a willingness. It is a decision. Because just like the research says, both of those sides, the pros and cons of an argument, are already stored within our minds. but the ones that we retrieve are the ones that have more alliance with our current set of beliefs. And because we value our own set of beliefs, out of self-preservation, out of protection, out of pampering, whatever it may be, we're far more likely to grab at the things that align with our beliefs and our fundamentals and our principles, no matter if they're right or if they're wrong. And psychologists say that beliefs run as deep as into the subconscious part of our minds, which includes the limbic part of our brains, because that is very subliminal. It's very subconscious. It's that reactionary instant response. And that's exactly what we do. The moment we have a reaction, we validate, we pull on the things, or our minds only highlight the parts of life that validate that reaction, that says it's justified, that says, I'm right. Because in the same way that we always identify love and pleasure with something outside of ourselves, with another person or with a thing or with a specific situation or a circumstance, we also identify our pains and our pleasures within our own certain set of ideals and beliefs. If we are completely absorbed in the presence of the soul and God, it doesn't even matter the belief or the ideal or the things we value, because all of it is nothing. Love is not dependent upon a belief, an ideal, or a value. There is no set of circumstances or tools of measurement to quantify love and peace, happiness. We are too absorbed in ourselves and trying to affirm our identity instead of explore our identity. Find out who we really are. The life we live maybe lasts 80 years, 90 years, we're lucky, or not so lucky. It's a very short amount of time. To have such a rigid sense of identity for something that is definitely not going to last. When you leave this world, who are you then? If everything in the world that you've defined as you is no longer part of that definition, when you've pulled away from everything, from the entirety of existence itself on this planet Earth, and you return to the source of wherever and whencever you came from, what is left? Is your love that strong? Is the peace you found in life that strong that when you leave life or move on, that you're not bound by habit and circumstance? That there's nothing left to bind you? That is freedom. Life is always and constantly moving all around us. I mean, you can just look in the mirror from one day to another, and suddenly one day you have a gray hair. You start to see wrinkles forming. Maybe your eyesight isn't as good as it was before. Where does your codependency for love and joy reside? What are you dependent upon in this world? Because whatever you feel dependent upon, that is the source of your fear. That is what's holding you back, because life is about movement, expansion, and growth. And if you're ready to sail forward, to move forward, and you have these hooks that are clinging to things of the past or old parts of yourself that are very limiting and small, you're going to burn a lot of fuel and not really go anywhere very far. God has given us this entirety, this whole system that we operate with. How everything works in perfect synchronicity, and how when even one little thing is out of place, it's reflected throughout the entirety of our totality, so we can see it and change it. So we can face it and address it. But what happens a lot is this happens with children. When you're very young, it seems like there are all sorts of things to be afraid of. So much of the unknown that we don't understand, or we haven't quantified yet, we haven't put a label on yet. There are so many things that we don't understand and we don't get. And it brings us a lot of fear. And what happens is when we're afraid, we're comforted. And as we grow older, we grow less and less afraid. But why are we less afraid? Did we grow out of our fears, or did we convince ourselves that they weren't real? Did we stuff ourselves over and over again until we were completely numb and no longer capable of feeling anything? I feel like there's always one part of our life in which we realize that the life we're living right now isn't the one that we expected to live. And I feel like that was the moment that we were closed off and we realized it. That instead of seeing the shadows in our mind, we just closed, locked the door, and let it be, and never went back. Children are open and sensitive. They feel things far more. And when we're on this spiritual path, because of this grace of God, this blessing from Guruji, our sensitivity comes back to us. Just like when we were a child, maybe even more so. Because that sensitivity, I mean, if you look at how nature works, it's like everything follows. Right? The rhythms of nature, our circadian rhythms, everything goes by feeling. Just an intuitive knowingness. Some of the behavior is learned, but ultimately there is this sense of feeling that this feels right. The freedom of following your own conscience. That's the freedom of will. Of feeling for yourself what is right and what's wrong and choosing the higher path. Even at the sacrifice of comfort or emotional validation, because we all know our emotions are not aligned properly. They are not aligned with truth. They're aligned with temporal things that will eventually leave us and put us back into misery in the end. If your conductivity is based on resistance, just like physics says That's something that's a superconductor versus a poor or bad conductor. Meaning a superconductor, something that's able to harness more energy. Meaning it has the least level of resistance. And what causes us more resistance than seeing the darkness within us? Because it's not comfortable. It takes more work and more effort, more energy. You lose your sense of control, your feeling of belonging. Sure. But when you overcome that fear, when you dispel that darkness, who you are at the other side, when the light enters and pervades your entire being, you'll never need emotional validation again. You'll never need validation again. You need nothing because you have everything. There is no lack, want, or need. Because God, the source of all, the source of our soul, without any construct, without any relationship with anything in the world, within and without, brings us peace. Because the divine eternity is that unchanging, ever-present, all-pervasive light, beauty, peace, joy, happiness. Every good thing you can associate with that. God is all of it. And that's the one thing that if you rely on that, you know that it's not transient, it's not conditional, and it won't ever leave. We always want to create a life that we want to live, but are you really living or are you hiding from something? Because most of us are hiding from something instead of really living life unabashedly. Because the one thing that we will always carry with us wherever we go is our mind. And God has given us this mind because it's one of the greatest faculties of all time and the source of all pleasure as well as all pain. And that's the only thing that you're up against. So you can understand how pain and suffering can be as simple as an illusion of the mind. Because both are the same paths. All that matters is our context, is our perception, our understanding, what we align ourselves with, what we are absorbed into. Color is reflected light. When we see color, we are actually looking at reflected light. When illuminating an object or scene, a light source emits a spectrum of colored wavelengths. For example, sunlight emits a spectrum including infrared, ultraviolet, and all visible wavelengths, whereas candlelight only emits red, orange, yellow, and infrared wavelengths, giving everything it illuminates an orange cast. When a scene or object is illuminated, some of the light source's wavelengths are absorbed and some are reflected. The reflective wavelengths create what we perceive as color. If no light is reflected, or if there's no illumination, the scene or object looks black. The color of an object depends on two factors: the color of the light source and which wavelengths of light the object reflects. To view the true color of an object, we must illuminate it with a light source that includes all the wavelengths that the object will reflect. For example, if a light source only emits a partial range of wavelengths, an object's true color may not be visible. For example, if we shine a light source emitting red, green, and blue wavelengths at a red strawberry, then the green and blue wavelengths will be absorbed and the red wavelength will be reflected. This means that the strawberry will appear red. However, if only green and blue wavelengths are emitted, they will both be absorbed and the strawberry will appear black. Color exists in light. And the ability of the object to reflect that particular wavelength of that light. It's the same thing with divine and consciousness. We are able to reflect into our environment, into our lives, into the world around us and within us. Only that which exists within us. Only that which we embody, the characters that are a part of us. We cannot attribute any of that fault upon the light. In the light of God, that's the whole spectrum of life. God is infinite awareness. Whatever we reflect and see in the world is simply a reflection of ourselves. The color that's attributed with us, our characters, our being. Our ability to harness that grace and beauty of nature also determines how much we receive and see and witness of the world and of beauty and of nature. All power to think, feel, speak, and act comes from God, and God is always with us, the source of instant freedom. The illumination that releases us from all worry, stress, and fear. God is that peace within us, that eternal stillness. Not the ripples of our reactions, our panics, our stresses, our fears, our frustrations. It's the pause between each breath and each heartbeat, and the pause between each thought. The pause before every action, where infinite possibility reigns until the moment we take action. We are all free up until the moment we act upon our thoughts. And then after that, well, we must reap what we sow. Feeling of losing that structure of your own mind feels like, of hurtling into nothingness, unknowingness. So we can think of being disconnected with that structure as the disconnect that happens within our own minds when we have to repiece everything together, when we have to let go of old ideas and old beliefs. Let go of everything. I mean, for most people, that's terrifying. Because the existence that surrounds you is like a vast space of nothingness. If you don't have that structure or identity, what do you know? What is life? What is reality? What is anything? You've lost it all, but at the same time, being released into that void, it's like the greatest freedom, the greatest acceptance. Our greatest ability to see and embrace everything for exactly as it is, with no attachment, with no reaction, with only peace, love, happiness, and complete understanding. There is no reaction, there is no judgment. Hurtling through space like that when you're off structure, it's only scary when you identify and accept the structure or identity, whatever that identity or structure is. And to even think about leaving that structure or identity, it's impossible to comprehend. It's mind-boggling and it's frightening because it encompasses all those things that we fear the most. But to be in that space, in that emptiness, without that reference of structure, without the story, without the drama, just as a witness to life, as a witness to the process of life and how things unfold with full faith and trust, and knowing that no matter what, God is perfect, so everything is perfect. That is the greatest ecstasy. The only thing that brings us fear is our identity. our context of the world and who we are. But what are we without that identity? What is our importance or significance as a human being then? What affirms ourselves? What reinforces who we are? There is a phenomenon called the Doppler effect. Some of you heard me talk about this. And it's a lot more evident when you hear a train passing. A Doppler effect is in relation to wavelengths. So light or sound, they both can come in the form of wavelengths. And what happens when something is coming towards you, like a train coming, those wavelengths between you and the train start to compress, because it's like you're both being pushed together almost. So that compresses the wavelength. And when in reference to sound, a shorter wavelength is a higher pitch sound. Now, when the train reaches you and then passes you, those wavelengths elongate, they become stretched out between you and the train. And so you hear, as they stretch out, a lower pitch. Why is this relevant? It's because astronomers have found that if you look at every point in the sky surrounding you, wherever you are, you will see that similar phenomenon. It's called the Doppler effect. And in terms of light, when the wavelengths are more compressed and they're shorter, that light becomes bluer. And when they elongate or are stretched out, they become redder. If you look around you to any point in the universe, anywhere at all, you'll see that every single point is blue shifted. It's bluer. No, redder, sorry. Everything is redder. It's red shifted. Because everything's moving away. Away from you. Because it doesn't like you? No. No, everything is stretching. Everything is getting bigger and bigger. Everything is expanding where you are and your reference to everything else. Even further, astronomers have found that this isn't just relevant to your position on planet Earth. That this same redshift phenomenon is found everywhere in the universe. No matter where your location is, everything around you is expanding. The universe is in a constant state of expansion. It is constantly growing, becoming more and more of what? Who knows? Because what we call the universe encompasses everything that we know and we understand. It encompasses planet Earth, our lives on Earth, our solar system, the galaxy, other stars, other planets, other galaxies. Everything that we know to exist, we call the universe, within and outside of planet Earth. So if everything is expanding, there must be something for it to expand into, right? Like if you take a balloon, it'll keep on expanding until it pops, because the air that surrounds it is something for the balloon to expand into. If you put the balloon in a water bottle and blow it up, it'll only expand to as much as the water bottle will allow it to expand into. So if the universe is constantly expanding into itself, outside of itself, what is it expanding into? It's beyond the understanding of science, of the human mind, of life itself, because for us, the universe encapsulates life. What is there outside of this life? Of everything that we've known and understood life to be. If consciousness is limitless and ever expanding, what are we expanding into? Where do our minds go from here? What else is there?
So thank you very much, everyone. Now we will come on our topic. So topic is consciousness. Alice, can you read this?
Yes, Gurji, I can. What is consciousness? When divine grace is transformed by the spirit or soul into divine light, it is called consciousness. The level of consciousness controls and governs the level of alertness and awareness about your internal and external environment. Higher consciousness means the best use of resources available externally and internally, which makes a big difference in people's learning and performance, and which decides your value in society and the market. Our five senses, such as eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin, that provide external sensory inputs, which are regulated and governed by our intellect and as well as intelligence. However, the efficiency and functioning of our intellect and intelligence is controlled and governed by the level of our consciousness. There is one light that shines through all the senses of a human, which is responsible for the conscious experience. Raising consciousness permits one to an optimal experience from the senses to accomplish the climax of conscious experience and expression. The ongoing raising of consciousness is the only way to enjoy health, wealth, prosperity, and happiness in life.
Okay. So try to understand the consciousness. If you go throughout the internet, any kind of a spiritual leader, writer on this planet, just a flowery language, ultimately they will talk just a small thing. It is the level of your alertness and awareness, and that's it, because they don't know the real fact. It is correct, but it is not clear at all. It is quite confusing. I'm just giving you the idea how to understand consciousness. The relationship between brain and body, they support each other for their survival. People, their memory is weak sometimes. They don't recognize you because of the aging, because of the accident, because of the disorders. We have five senses. Focus on the eyes, first of all. Eyes, they are just collecting the information and sending into the brain. And if the interruption is not there, then those informations brain is preserving, storing, storage. And that storage is called the memory. And then you retrieve, it's again back and forth, information coming out. So the question here that we are able to see the objects, anything, in the light of sun, in the light of lamp at house, in the office, in the night, in the light of candle also. But if the components of brain, like brain, they work properly, if those components, internal circuits, if they are not working properly, can we see something? We can see something, but that seeing is meaningless. So the whole thing, our eyes, they are able to see everything in the light. Who decides that? Whoever is the object, suppose this is a bottle. Who decides this is a bottle? My intelligence, my intellect. It means I can see everything. And then my eyes, they function under intellect. If my intellect is not working, eyes, they are capturing the image, but they are meaningless. So for the proper function of eyes and all the senses, our intellect is responsible. This is a very important point. Try to pay attention properly, try to understand. So people, mentally retarded people, when their intellect is not working, intellect is not working means mentally retarded. I don't understand. Little or more. Their eyes are working. If you check the eyes to a medical doctor, they will say eye has no problem. 20/20 vision. There's no problem in the eye. There's a problem in the intellect. Because of the difference in the intellect, all of us, when we see any object, any flower, any beautiful object, my assessment is different than others. every human, there's for example, 100 people, there the vision of the eyes, the ability of the eye, the efficiency of the eyes, 100% same. No color blindness, no drama, nothing. So eyes are just to capture the information. What information my brain is going to capture? The pattern in the mind. What is mind? Mind is not a tangible object. It is not a tangible object. It is again the pattern and qualities of the memories stored in your brain. What kind of memories? Every kind of memories that includes intelligence, imagination, ideas, your beliefs, your character. That's why characters are very important in the life. Your perception, your experience in the life, your maturity in the life, and finally, your intellect. So we can see everything, or we can assess everything in the intellect, under intellect, through eyes. So eyes are very secondary responsible. Primary responsible, intellect. That's why cameramen, lots of cameramen. You see the difference? Day and night. What camera does? Camera captures the image. Who's cameraman? Operator. Someone who operates the camera. That cameraman makes a big difference in capturing the photo. Some people, they are so non-gifted, they cannot take single photo, a good photo. Other people, they know at what moment, in what angle, and under what situation they have to capture the photo. This is camera or this is intellect? This is intellect. This is not camera. Intellect is responsible what you are observing, what your eyes are capturing. Similarly, all the five senses, for their efficiency, the intellect is responsible. And now the question, suppose I'm speaking, you are hearing anything entering. Con artist means when nothing enters, zero. Otherwise, you cannot be con artist. One discourse can enter in your brain. You cannot be con artist. It is impossible for you to remain con artist. And the people who are around you, how much they are suffering, God knows. If they are also very similar to you, then they will not suffer because they are also con artists. It is just exposed and unexposed. There's only two categories. Otherwise, your name, your thoughts, your imagination, how you look in my brain, it gives me sleep disorder. But to the people around you, there's possibility you give them pleasure because they are also very similar to you. What is con artist? A person with full of hypocrisy. They need the outcome. If you eat the food and you have constitution, you are not able to excrete, can you smile after that? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days? No. Because you want the outcome. Then for that reason, you will go to doctor, you will go to 20 different places. But you think the people around you should smile, should appreciate your shrewdness, your cunningness. Like today, this year, I told Darlene, my wife, I said, listen, I heard that now the people, American females, some of the females, they got the angels. And those angels, they are nudging them towards St. John. I said, I will not do the shopping. She's not interested, but I said, yeah. That also happens. It means these people, they are the con artists of highest degree. I cannot imagine the defect in the brain. Means the intellect level is 0. What is the intellect level? How I can fool or bluff others. So intellect is very important. Now the question arises, who operates the intellect? Suppose for example, consider the science. As per the science, everything is energy. Electrical energy, chemical energy, magnetic energy. Our eyes, they are functioning in the energy of light. Means we need some kind of environment of energy. So now the intellect. Who's operating the intellect? Like intellect is operating the sensors, right? Eyes, ears, nose, taste and touch. Who's operating the intellect? Nothing is automatic in this world, so don't think automatic. If everything is automatic, then why majority of people, they are dumb? Because nothing is automatic. Intellect is operated by the consciousness. I don't understand. I'm just giving the example. Intellect is operated in the light of consciousness. See the example. Electric current comes through the lamp and there's a light. So 3 ingredients. Electrical energy or electrical current, lamp, and light. Who decides the light? Intensity of electric current, the voltage. So intensity of the electric current. What is the power of electric current? And what is the power of lamp? Suppose within a house, electric current is same for everyone in the whole country. Electrical current is the same. Then the intensity of the lamp, the efficiency of the lamp will decide the light, type of the light, and intensity of light. Similarly, in our life, electrical current means divine energy, divine grace, the grace of God, which is everywhere and free. Lamp means your soul. And light means the level of consciousness. Because in the absence of light, you cannot see anything from these eyes. In the darkness, we cannot see anything. Similarly, to operate our intellect, we need the light of consciousness. That's why science has no answer for millions of questions. You take any human to a doctor, the top doctor on this planet. So this person is intelligent and other is dumb. Why? No answer. In the brain, this circuit is not working. That circuit is working. Why these circuits they are not working? Zero answer after that. Two children born. The length of the cortex, the thickness of the cortex, and the integration with the matter of time, they are very different. Children at very early age, they are observing everything. What is the difference? If you want the answer, what is the difference? You try to see in your house. Same electric current means same divine energy. The grace of God equally available for each human. Quality of soul, quality of your lamp in the house. What lamp does? Conversion of electrical current into light. Conversion of electrical energy into light energy. I don't understand it. Conversion of electrical current into light. Conversion of electrical energy into light energy with the help of lamp. Because without light, we cannot see each other, we cannot do anything. Similarly, conversion of divine energy with the help of soul into light of consciousness. Because in the essence of light of consciousness, your intellect is meaningless. It cannot function. For the functioning of our intellect, we need the level of consciousness. It means the con artist conversion of divine energy through their soul. Can you imagine their soul and the conversion power? What kind of dirty people, disgusting. So the whole situation, see the importance of that consciousness. And because of that, if you see the people, the dumb people around you are con artists means that they will reduce your consciousness. Like what parasite they do? They are quite capable to stop your absorption of nutrition of anything. Interaction between your cells, between organs. They can stop that also. Con artists, they are worse than parasites. So what happens? The low consciousness and high consciousness. If the consciousness is low, then your intellect has to work under that limited light of consciousness. So if you have huge intellect, it's meaningless. It's very limited. Because of that reason, majority of people, they are not multitasking. If the light of consciousness is very high, then you can be multitasking. Your ability to absorb everything is very high. Very high doesn't mean 2 or 3 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, million times. That's why the difference between a dumb person and genius, it is not small, it is several million times. Con artist means that person is dumb, but pretending that the dumb person knows everything. That is con artist, means how dangerous that person is. Try to understand from different example. Suppose I'm giving you a 10-acre land and you have to deal with suppose 200 dogs. Animal means consider the dogs. In 200 dogs, there might be consider 200 puppies, right? In 10-acre land. Now you are watching those dogs. You can watch from any corner of the land during daylight. Daylight means intensity of light is very huge. You can pay attention on each corner, on each puppy, each dog, and with a little stress. See the situation number 2. Lamp means a bulb, a light means a light through a lamp. Suppose you are using the similar amount of light, 40-watt light in a torch and in the night, around 12 in the night. Now the same 200 puppies, 10-acre land, that's your choice. Wherever you want to sit, you can sit. And absolutely dark night, you have 40 watt of one lamp. Same eyes. Can you imagine your efficiency? Your efficiency is dropped down 1,000 times. Now, if the responsibility on your shoulders that at any cost you have to supervise each puppy very properly. And this business you are doing for yourself. What you will do? With your torch, you are running and running and running and running whole night. Even though with the help of torch, you can pay attention or you can supervise a small area. And you cannot think here and there. You have to be very alert and showing your torch here and there and running. Now the third situation. And you have the same eyes and ears and all five senses. Third situation, you have a candle. Dark night, 10-acre land, 200 animals, and you have candle. And now see your efficiency. Similarly, when the energy of consciousness, the light of consciousness is very high, means higher level of consciousness. It means your life is just a 10-acre land. That's your whole life. You have to watch or supervise 200 activities at a time. And you can do very easily without tiredness. Other than that, you can think outside your box also. Now, in a lamp of like 40 watt or 20 watt, what you can do? 10-acre land is impossible. A room, what is the maximum size? 500 square feet. That is highest size. How many animals in that? Not even 10. And you can pay the attention. With candle, simple a candle, it is like 100 square feet room. That's the efficiency. That's why the consciousness level, it decides your future. Are you understanding the importance? It is not a belief system. This kind of explanation in con artists, they don't know. If you want to know, then you have to go very deep into religion. I'm talking this from Upanishad, like Vedas type of religious books from Hinduism, and very practical. You cannot deny. If you are a con artist, then you can deny anything because your spirit is nudging towards anywhere. So I have no arguments with the con artist. I don't want to waste my time. That's the consciousness. Conversion of divine energy with the help of soul into light of consciousness. Under the light of consciousness, your intellect is working. These eyes, they are working under the light of lamp, of candle, of sun. Same eyes, when they are working in the bright sunlight versus a lamp versus a candle. Similarly, our intellect is working, same intellect, in the light of higher consciousness, in the light of very low consciousness, and in the light of very dim consciousness, candlelight. How you can be efficient, how you can be happy. Low consciousness means guaranteed you will live under high stress till your death. You have no option. It is a curse in the life. What God and divine can do. This is your ability to convert the conversion of divine energy through your lamp. Divine energy is same for me and for our dumb people and our core artists. I can do the miracle because I have that efficiency by which I can convert huge amount of divine energy into huge amount of light of consciousness. Under the light of consciousness, everything, spirulina and plants and trees, they start vibrating, functioning. Every object, every particle on this planet, they are vibrating, functioning, flourishing under the light of consciousness. It is so important. I don't understand. I'm going to show you one more slide. Next slide. Try to understand, this is the brain. Darren was talking, so see the photo this at the bottom. 1, 2, 3. One is just kind of the survival reptile brain. Second is the mammalian or emotional brain. And number 3 is the conscious brain. And it is shown on the top also, right? So 3 brains. There are several pieces of the brain. You don't go in very depth about the brain. Very simple photo of the brain. All together, it is mind. Are you understanding? So this is instinctive brain, means reptilian brain. So the left side, all 5 sensors, eyes, ears, skin, nose, tongue, they are collecting the information. And they are coming in the various parts of our emotional brain. Hippocampus. This is memory storage. And the amygdala is there. And it is working. It's so difficult to work in the conscious brain. I think Darwin has explained already very properly. So I will not repeat this. Next. Brain functions. Alice, can you read this?
Yes, Gurji. Brain functions. The emotional brain, which is the heart, which includes the amygdala, the thalamus, the hippocampus, and the hypothalamus. It is a group of brain structures for maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain. It doesn't understand the concept of time, logic, reasoning, lies, manipulation, quality, false hope, pampering, and bluff. It only understands.
Yes. Alice, repeat one more time. This is
Yes.
so important. The limitation of this brain.
Yes, I'll reread that sentence.
Yeah.
It is a group of brain structures for maximizing pleasure and minimizing pain. It doesn't understand the concepts of time, logic, reasoning, lies, manipulation, quality, false hope, pampering, and bluff. It doesn't recognize those things, which is huge.
Yeah, it doesn't recognize.
Right. Doesn't understand. On the contrary, it only understands emotions, feelings, values, judgment, motivation, thirst, hunger, inspiration, ambition, enthusiasm, reward, learning, memory, fight or flight response, behavior, and deception. It only understands likes and dislikes because its main objective is survival.
The problem with the emotional brain, it doesn't understand the time. Time means this is related to past, present, or future. It does not understand the lie or manipulation. try to understand the problem. Why you have no hesitation to become or act like CPP instead of CPA? Because you are not using your logic brain. Why con artists, they don't want to change? Why it is easy for the people to fool you all the time? Because this brain does not understand the lie and manipulation. For every lie, that person has some logic. Excuse. Logic means excuse. Your emotional brain has no ability to recognize the lie. It understands just the data. It doesn't understand the lie or manipulation. It understands liking and disliking. So if you like someone, after you like someone, anything coming from that person is good. That's why mouth publicity is very good. So many people, especially dumb people, should I get the vaccine, yes or no? Any question. Guruji is right or wrong? They do not have common sense. They will talk to the person whom they are believing, whom they like. If you like someone, then you start believing into that person. Suppose husband and wife. If dumb husband is believing on his con artist wife, for example, then you don't think that that dumb husband will come in the contact with Guruji, he's going to love anything. Zero. Zero. Because this brain, emotional brain, it understands liking and disliking. So then Guruji is giving you science and 20 examples. Nothing is entering into bogus brain. Because this bogus brain is now CPP. Con art protector and practitioner. CPP. Nothing is entering into this bogus brain. This brain is ready to accept everything from those people whom you like. Suppose you like your con artist husband or wife, then that person is the Einstein. No scientific logic or outcome will make any sense in your life. Your life is miserable. The chances for your growth is zero. Chances for your growth the day you will start using your conscious brain. This brain does not understand time, does not understand lie and manipulation. It understands deceiving, betrayal. That's why so many men or women, they are tolerating their spouse if they are cheating or bluffing or fooling, because this brain doesn't understand this. The day they come to the conclusion that my boyfriend, or my husband, or my partner, or he or she was cheating me, means deceiving me, this brain understands that. And then this brain will take the action. What kind of action? You like someone, that person betrayed you. Then now that person become part of your dislike. It acts that way. Now you don't like that person. Because this brain has no idea about the time. So suppose this thing happened with you 30 years back, 40 years back, but still those memories, and that man or woman who cheated you, still they are sitting in your brain. And in your thoughts, they come in your life every day. Why? Because the light of consciousness is very low. Light of consciousness is required, is mandatory to integrate all the brain. It is so important. Otherwise, life is just miserable. You talk to anyone 75 plus and say, yeah, hello, Mr. or Miss, what you accomplished in your life. If that person is con artist, then no outcome. That person is honest, even by 50%. That person will cry, say nothing. Life is full of misery and sorrow. I accomplished nothing. Life is full of sufferings. If you read Buddha, what Buddha told to everyone, same thing. Life is full of sadness. Life is full of sorrow, misery, sufferings, strugglings. Because you have 10-acre land and you have 200 or 500 small puppies and you have one candle light and the environment is full of darkness. And your responsibility, I have to see everyone who is doing what. And suddenly you see the two dogs, they are fighting with each other far away. And with your candlelight, you are running. And now they are running more faster than you. And you are chasing and chasing and chasing. What is the outcome? Zero. Without higher consciousness, you have no life. Life is a burden. That's why people, they commit the suicide. Other people, they say that the people who commit the suicide, they are coward people. No, I'm going to say they are courageous people. Who's coward people? These people, shameless, who are suffering every day and not making any decision. Do or die. So simple. Life is about that. Don't suffer. Do or die. And I don't understand why you cannot do. For me, do or die. I did that. I'm doing every day. Do or die. And do. When you do something, you have no desire to die. Alice, can you read the same slide?
Okay, so we're going on to the second section. We spoke about the emotional brain, and now we're moving to the conscious brain. And this is logical and emotional brain. So it consumes a tremendous amount of energy. Surprisingly, more than 90% of people make little or no use of this brain. It is responsible for sensory processing, analysis, IQ, thoughts, imagination, ideas, beliefs, learning and memory, goal setting, planning, decision-making, attention, awareness, alertness, focus, logic, reasoning, and problem-solving for the best possible response. The third part is the instinctive brain, also known as the subconscious mind. All the bodily functions which don't need our effort and attention, such as breathing, heart rate, body temperature, glucose levels, hormone levels, muscle control, digestion, reproduction, balance, feeding, reflexive behavior, etc. Those belong to the instinctive or the subconscious brain.
Yeah, try to understand the conscious brain. First sentence, it consumes a tremendous amount of energy. It means you must have energy. You are so busy in stupid thinking, you have no energy. So how you can operate this energy? How you can operate this brain? In the absence of energy, in the absence of sufficient energy. So you do not have sufficient energy. More than 90% of people make little or no use of this brain. It is responsible for sensory processing. Are you understanding? That sensory processing means whatever the sensors, eyes, ears, nose, they collect the information, it makes the decision. Analysis, analyzing. If you are not able to make the decision, Guruji is correct or my con artist's wife is correct, it means no ability of analysis. It means your conscious brain is not functioning at all. For your eating and excreting, I will tell you what brain is responsible. Are you understanding? Non-essential, they are considered non-essential activities, right? IQ, do you have IQ? That's why you do not have IQ. Quality of thoughts, you have the thinking power? No. You have imagination power? No. What about your ideas? No ideas. Beliefs, a smiley or a smelly person is good, that's a belief. Learning and memory, what you learned. You do your own analysis today, tonight. What you learned in last 30 years. You are going down. You have not learned anything. On the contrary, more than 90% memories you cannot even retrieve. Goal setting, what is the goal setting? What kind of planning you have? What kind of decision-making ability you have? What kind of attention, awareness, alertness, focus, logic, reasoning, and problem solving for the best possible response. Can you imagine? And you are thinking a good life. Do you understand good life? First of all, stay away from those people. Con artist means careless. They cannot be improved because they have no desire to improve. Otherwise, anything can be improved. Every human can be improved. Con artist means I have no desire to improve. Limitations of brain about sensory inputs means whatever Darwin taught. I learned this from Darwin today. I had idea that there's a filter system in the brain. This filter system is for the information, for the sensory inputs. Absorption power of eyes, 300 megapixels per second, means at least 300 million pieces of information per second. And the absorption of your breath, conscious mind, only 100 pieces. Are you understanding? Still all the time, stupid. They curse the God. Oh, God has not done everything for them. Do you deserve? See the mercy of God. The power, I'm just talking about one sensor here. Your eyes. Our eyes, when you see anything, any human, any flower, any object, nature, any book, anything, our eyes, they are collecting 300 million pieces of information. Our brain is selecting only the most useful 100. If this filter is working properly. If you talk to the medical science, a scientist or a doctor, why these people, their filter system is not working. This filter system is for every information. Information coming from your mouth, your taste, information coming from your nose, information coming through your ears, from your touch. I don't understand. This filter is making the decision 100 best. These 100 best, they are different for each individual. From one individual to another individual, those 100, they are different. There's another science of the brain. That our mind has a pattern. Like stupid men, they are drawn towards a fake person. Or they are drawn towards another stupid man, human. Or they are drawn towards another con artist man or woman. Why? This is the pattern of your brain, of your mind. What is the what the pattern of mind it is decided by? It is decided by memories, emotions, your intellect, your intelligence, your maturity, experience, ideas, imagination, belief system. Because of the belief system, you have no hesitation to sex with a con artist man or woman and sleep with that person. And even after 10, 20 years of experience, you have lust for that kind of man or woman. And you don't feel disgusted. That kind of people, they are the obstacles in the journey of your growth. They will suck the light of your consciousness. They are so dangerous. Pattern of the mind. So those 100 pieces of information, your brain is absorbing or selecting or choosing. That's why in America, people, they say, you make a choice about your future life. Okay, it looks very good. Okay, I'm independent. What kind of independent you are? No shame? What is the outcome? This filter system, who select the garbage for you, this also works. The functioning of this filter system is decided by your intellect and your intellect is operated by the level of your consciousness. Intellect is operated in the light of consciousness. Higher consciousness is the solution for your all problems. Okay, I think for today it's more than enough. And I hope you enjoyed today's call. You write in the chat room about your opinion, your understanding of something entered in your brain or nothing entered, right? We'll meet you next time. Yeah, thank you very much.